Hi. We're good?
We're good.
Can you switch, or where can I switch the slides? Yeah. How do I switch them? Okay, perfect. All right, cool. We can start. Hi, everyone. Nice to see a couple of new faces here. I'm sure a few people from Code Academy are joining us today. I will give a quick intro. I'm probably the only person who's speaking here today who's not technical, so please don't come and ask me for technical things. I have two experts here. Björn and Nick, they will introduce themselves also. I'm Carlo, I'm working with Superteam Germany, and I will give you a quick introduction just to what we're doing with Superteam Germany. So basically we are like a community. We're hosting plenty of events, mainly here in Berlin, but overall Germany is like the goal. So we want to grow out and go also in other cities, but we are very active here in Berlin since our team is based here. And yeah, we're doing like all of our events are basically for free and is meant to like educate people, to help them learn about getting into crypto, and maybe not the shady side of crypto, but rather where you can build your own startup, where you can do educational things and not just trading. So we are very much focused on everything away from like the price action and like all this trading stuff, and rather on like building cool things in the ecosystem and like working on sustainable things. And yeah, I will give you a little introduction. So we like to call Superteam Solana secret sauce. So the community we are building is within the Solana ecosystem. Solana is a blockchain, which is very scalable and fast. And I guess you will learn a lot today about Solana also here, so I will not take too much from that. But yeah, we are like a community of builders, marketers, creatives, just people who are like in the ecosystem and who want to do something, which I already said before, something which is actually having a use case and not just trading or like playing around with, I don't know, meme coins or other tokens. So rather on like really, worth things basically. Here you can see like just a couple, okay, the quality is not perfect, but like you can see this was our demo day. So we do like a lot of hackathons where like hundreds of people are joining us and working on their projects. And then on the demo day, people can present their projects and win prizes. Another thing for like super teams in general. So what we are doing here in Germany is not just happening in Germany. It's basically a global initiative in the Solana ecosystem. So there's Japan, Korea, Vietnam, India, UAE, Turkey, Nigeria, France, UK, Canada. So it's pretty much all over the world, and the idea behind it is also to build like a network of like global people who are like working on cool projects basically, and who are supporting each other also. So the goal is, I'm working on the team of Superteam. The goal is to have a community which is very self-sustaining. So long-term vision, maybe I don't even have to do anything. Right now, it's not working yet. People need someone who helps them and supports them. So this is just the idea behind it. And here's just a little timeline for the next months, because we will have a hackathon also. So if you're getting interested and you learn a lot today and you want to like start building on Solana, you can participate in that hackathon. How we're going to do it, like we will have a bootcamp in April. This will be like a main like educational focus. So we're going to do workshops, mentoring, hands-on support basically. So if you have any questions, if you run in any troubles, we're here to support and help. So this bootcamp will be like a 3-day long workshop bootcamp basically. Then we will have a kickoff party. This is not really like a developer event or something. It's more like this one here. Like hackathon is kicking off mid-April. Kickoff party will be beginning of May. Why we're doing a kickoff party? The hackathon is global and online, so everyone from wherever on the world can participate. What we are doing and what we have been doing also for the past 2 years, pretty successfully in Germany, is hosting a build station. Build station means basically it's similar to what you're doing here and what we're doing today. It's a co-working space we're renting out, where everyone like can have a desktop, and we have drinks there, we have some snacks there, we have good internet there, we have mentoring there, so support by people who can like help you also working on the project. And it's basically like a 2 weeks long co-working space, open the whole time for the people to join there and to work on their projects. So this is going to happen beginning of May 5th till 16th. And then we will have the demo day in the end of the hackathon, basically. And that demo day is meant that everyone can present their projects. We will have different judges from like sponsors who are supporting our hackathon, but also like people who have been like since a while in the ecosystem. So there's a lot of people, or like a lot of traction you will get also on your project. And what's a very important thing also to say, so those hackathons, like probably if you hear the word hackathon, you think about a weekend where you just crush through and like 2 days of hardcore coding, and in the end you present maybe an MVP or not even an MVP. Those hackathons here are a bit longer, and that has also the goal that it is really more a startup competition. So the technical part is very important because it is all a very technical competition, but it's not just a tech, it's also that you actually build something you want to present and pitch to others, and that you make it basically kind of your baby, your startup, your thing. And then, yeah, this is about the hackathon. And I think that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I'm here the whole day. Björn and Nick also can answer questions perfectly. If you want, you can scan this QR code. We have LinkedIn, Twitter, Telegram, all the different channels. You can, yeah, just join the channels. You will get all of our events there. We have also like a Luma calendar where all the events are always listed. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the workshops, and we will have a good day here tonight. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Okay, test.
One extra thing also. We have like every week a co-working day also in Berlin. It's in Kreuzberg in the W3 Hub. So if anyone has off on Friday and does not have to come here, for example, I don't know about the date, but like, yeah, whenever you want to join, it's also in our Luma calendar, and it's always free, and you can work there and meet people.
One word from us real quick about if you want to grab a drink or something. There's in the kitchen, there's like a small fridge where you put some drinks as well. Besides, if you're not into coffee so much, no, there's also some beers, but it's maybe a bit early.
That's later for the we have food.
Carlo, maybe 1 second. There was a question. Is Super Team Germany affiliated to the Solana Foundation? Maybe you want to answer this too?
No, we are not affiliated. We're getting support, but we are not affiliated to the foundation.
Okay. And then Steve says QR code scanning fails on his computer. Maybe we can share something about the QR code as well.
Share also the link.
Let's go. Okay. Great. Okay. All right, everybody, this was it. Small intro from Super Team. Cool idea, I think. I can only recommend you to get started with them and on their events. This is how I got onboarded as well. And I can just tell you that it's a great thing. But I'm here now today to talk with you about something different, something why we're here, which is basically building Blinks. Has any one of you ever heard about Blinks, or has anyone any ideas what Solana is, blockchain in general? Maybe a quick show of hands. Okay, that's great. Anyone knows the difference between Ethereum and Solana, that this is different stuff? Yes? Okay, looks good. Okay, great. No worries. Today is supposed to be a day for beginners. So it's cool that you have no idea, or if you have an idea, we try to give you more ideas as well so that you can understand everything better. As I said before, we are here today to build something. My name is Bjorn. I work for a company called Dialect, and I do developer relations. So basically, if you want to do something, if you want to do something with Blinks, for example, I'm going to be the guy that you can always ask. You can come to me. I have Telegram. I have Twitter, so you can either follow me. I'm at bjorn.soul, but the dot is DOT, not dot, because it obviously does not work with nicknames on Twitter like that. Yeah, and as a DevRel, I'm basically there to help people, to help projects build their stuff out, figure out if what they want to build is doable, especially if it comes to Blinks. I also have Nick here today. Nick is our head of engineering. So if at some point today I will run out of my knowledge with your questions, he's going to be there to have my back. Maybe you also want to say hi for a sec.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey everyone. So I'm Nick. I also work for a company called Dialects, and yeah, we're building Blinks, technology that you'll learn today. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I'm probably not the good presenter as Bjorn, but I have more like deeper knowledge how everything works. So yeah, if you feel like you need more advanced materials or something, yeah, feel free to grab me. And yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. So I hope you guys are as excited as we are, because Blinks were basically one of the first touch points I had when I started on Solana. And they have been on my journey ever since. I think it's a great way to do something, especially if you plan to do something during, let's say, a hackathon. And the reason why this is because most of the time you can use a Blink already by just using TypeScript, which is something most people are aware of. It's easy to build, and it gives you a really nice UI for your users. How a Blink looks like is what I'm going to show you next. But let's first of all see if my clicking works here. And then maybe talk you through the agenda. So the way we thought of today is we do it easygoing, right? Because we really want you to learn something and we don't want you to push, which means we really start from the scratch. We give you a basic introduction how Blinks look like from a product perspective. You can understand, okay, what is a Blink actually? What can I do with a Blink? And why is it so cool? Then we will give you a technical deep dive. Meaning, okay, you now understand how a Blink looks like, what it is, how do you actually do this thing, right? So how do you build it, right? And then we do a system setup, which means we make sure that everything that you need to build a Blink is installed on your computer so that we can start building a Blink, which is the next step. And we're going to do a Blink that's going to write a memo on the blockchain Solana, and we're going to maybe do a token transfer as well. And then depending on how fast we are and how good we become, like seeing how much time this then is, because we have all the steps before, we can maybe do something more. I also would like to show you our scaffold from Solana, which is a quick presentation, and the AI agents. Do you guys know what AI agents are? Have you heard of this? Yes, some nodding, some nodding. Okay, cool. Later you will see that it turns out that AI agents are amazing for Blinks. And the reason why is what we're going to show you then later. And if we have some more time, we will show you the terminal and do some free flow sessions, maybe helping you complete your code and everything like that to make sure that you have a nice repository at the end of the day with the Blink or two in it. Right. And then very important thing, there's going to be food and networking. So at 5 p.m., we will have some food coming here. So we can, talk about the day, have like debrief and all that stuff, and yeah, get to know each other, can maybe talk about some ideas that you already had over the day if you want to decide to start building Blinks and stuff. Yeah, that's basically it. A few words, just that you know, because I just saw that there is not so many hands about the Solana side of things. Solana is basically a blockchain. And the way why Solana is so cool is because it's built different than, let's say, Ethereum, for example. Nick and I, we are huge Solana maxis, and therefore we're going to show you how to build stuff on Solana. But Blinks in general are chain agnostic, which means if you think you want to build something on EVM, let's say Monad, or on Ethereum, or on Polygon, you can also do this with Blinks. It does work. We also have examples in our docs. I'm going to show you this all later. But for today, we decided to go with the Solana example. Solana itself is a very fast and cheap blockchain. And this is why we like it so much, because it really makes this blockchain usable. Because what we want you to do is we want you to build something that can be used, right? So if your transaction costs, for example, are too high, chances are likely that people will not use what you built, and we want to prevent that. This is why we decided to go with Solana today. Okay. Blinks. Let's start maybe with the basic introduction what Blinks actually are. Blinks is a standard that we are developing here together with Solana Foundation in Dialect. and it stands for blockchain links. Question, who of you has ever shared a link on social media? Yeah? Okay, that's a great show of hands. I like that. If you ever shared a link on social media and you click on the post button, you might have seen that in the next step, your link is no longer the link, but is enriched with the title, with the description, and with the image, right? This is how we share stuff these days. It's no longer an ugly link. It is some sort of metadata in between that makes it look nice and shiny. And a blink leverages this idea to a next level. And it does it by doing a blockchain transaction behind it. So imagine now you have a normal link. And if you are on social media and you would share a normal link, it's basically this page, what you see, maybe a 1x1 or 16:9 image. You will see a description and you will see a normal, let's say, description about the content that you have. And then in social media, normally what happens is you click on this link and it forwards you to a website. And then on this website, something happens. They force you to sign up onto a form, to order something, all those things, right? And the idea behind the blink is that we use the same idea. We have a link that can basically translate into something look nice and shiny, but we add something to it. And in this case, it's going to be a transaction on chain. Imagine now, let's say you have a nice blog article and you read it through. And then at the end of the day, you think, oh, I would like to tip this guy like 10 or 50 cents for the article because it's nice, right? The normal way to do it is this guy would, I don't know, go to buy me a coffee or something like that, set up an account, and then get screwed because Visa takes 30 cents for the transaction from the credit card already. Solana has like 0.2 cents for a transaction and costs, which means you can really send them like 10 cents and that they will receive like 10 cents, which is kind of cool because it makes microtransactions possible. And then with the blink, you can have like this UI with a button where you just click on it, and then a second later it opens the transaction, says, do you really want to do this transfer? You say yes, and this transfer is done, and 2 seconds later this guy has the money. This is the power of blockchain, and with blinks combined in a nice UI for users. Easy to use, easy to digest, like everyone understands what this is. You see there is 3 buttons. You can even enter here custom amount. Unfortunately, you cannot fully see it right now because the beamer is not so good, but this here is actually a text input field where you could say what amount of Sol or US dollar or whatever you want to send them, you do there. So this is the basic idea behind the blink, right? From the front end side of things. And the way you create those blinks and share them is basically really just through a URL, which makes them so cool. And of course, because we are in a blockchain world, there's many, many things that you can do on chain these days already. So what I just showed you is a donation example, meaning there is a wallet, a crypto wallet, and you just send them some tokens, whatever it is. Can be Sol, can be USDC, which is a stable coin, which is 1-to-1 the price of $1. So it's easier to spend and it's not volatile and all the good stuff. But there's more, right? Because sometimes you want to swap a token. Let's say I have US dollar, I want to buy some Sol. So you maybe go to Jupiter and buy some Sol for US dollar. Or you maybe want to do Sanctum and buy some INF tokens or something like that, right? You can do this as well. Because this is also something very native to blockchain. Like a swap is a super native thing on a blockchain. You can also build something like NFTs. Ever heard of NFTs? Yes? Perfect. So imagine now, you have an NFT collection and your users, you don't force them to go to your website and mint from there like every 10,000 steps they have to do until they finally get their NFT and you lose half of them on the way or more. No, now you have this nice UI and this UI basically comes to your user because a blockchain is basically this global layer and it doesn't really matter where the execution of the chain is. You don't have to go, let's say, to Amazon to buy something. Amazon can come to you wherever you are right now, and then you can just do something with it. So this, for example, are examples for NFTs, right? So the idea is here that you either mint a new NFT or just buy the floor from, let's say, a Madlet or so. But you can do it by scrolling through your feed on Twitter, for example, which makes it really powerful. Because all of a sudden, it's this discoverability aspect of it. Like, oh, I didn't even think of it, but boom, here it is. And I always wanted to have this, now I do it. And also it is this ease of use and convenience aspect behind it that you can really, really make it a really, really nice end user experience, let's say. Also on chain, I'm not sure if you ever heard about decentralized autonomous organizations or DAOs. These are basically communities that are run by smart contracts. The way it normally works is you buy a token from them, which gives you some voting rights, and then you can vote. So they ask, like, should we do X, Y, Z? And then you can say yes or no. And basically, based on how many tokens you have, this is the voting power you have in it. A really, really nice way to have a community and a really nice stake in the community and everything. But the question here, again, is how do you vote, right? Well, you need a place where you can actually vote. And this means you have to normally you have to find someone who says on Twitter, yeah, we have our voting going on, it's till then. And then you click there, you go to the website, you connect your wallet, and then 10 minutes later, you get your vote. Congratulations. Or you have a blink that says, yes or no, this is, by the way, our proposal, and you click on it, and it gets gone through your scrolling. It's just there. And you did also your vote, but you saved like tons of time to do all the other things that would have been before. Also, there is other things like subscriptions, right? Subscriptions are a cool thing. Everybody has subscriptions these days. So why not having a subscription right through a blink? Easy way to do it, easy way to have it in front of your users. They click on subscribe, boom, it's a done deal. So there are many, many use cases that you can think of with blinks. There's people building games. We have someone who wrote Pokemon game in it, someone who wrote a chess game in it, rock, paper, scissors, like gaming, a lot of things as well. I didn't put this aspect here, but you can do so many things with blinks already. And actually, I cannot wait to see what people build more, because all of those teachings and education will hopefully help to enable the next stage of blinks as well. As of today, we have almost 600 blinks built only on Solana. And we have really, really nice wallet connections for blinks as well. I will go and show you how Backpack, for example, did it, because I think they did a really nice integration. Yeah, and these are a few highlighted apps and wallets that have already blinks enabled. So to review, a blink basically helps you to bring your idea to market at light speed, because you no longer have to bring your users to your website. You now bring this experience to your users, right? Imagine maybe in a few years from now, you get the internet bill and it has a button that says pay, and you click in your Gmail on the pay button and it's done. You don't log in, you don't look, all the stuff that you normally do these days, it's just gone. It's like there. One click, not 10,000 steps. And also because it brings you this UI, it means you can super, super fast test out things. So imagine you're in a hackathon right now, or you want to do an MVP, like a minimal value viable product. And you are asking yourself, like, would someone buy this? Would someone be interested in that, right? So instead of you going to a website provider looking for 10,000s of images and your big landing page and all the stuff that you do, you just write a blink and you set it out in the world and you see what's going on. Is someone clicking, right? Not looking too much about your funnel, more focusing on your idea. And it is really easy to build. This is why we have this workshop also today, so that you really at the end of the day can see, oh my gosh, I really built this. It's online. I can just use it. Also, blinks let you, as I said before, share everywhere, because everywhere where link can exist, actually a blink can exist, which makes it really, really cool. So where are we today? So far, this is the experience that you can have in Twitter already. So with your Twitter desktop, and if you have a wallet installed, your wallet will see that the link that you have is a blink, and it will immediately render it like so. Really, really nice thing. Also, blinks exist in wallets. So what I show you here is basically Backpack wallet. Backpack has its own tab called blinks, and it comes with a list. where you can see different kind of blinks that were already written, and they just show it to you as a nice experience. So you just scroll through it. Like this is, for example, Trump create National Bitcoin Reserve before July. This is basically our opinion market. Then we have .sol, which is our name system on Solana. Basically, I'm not sure if you ever did it, but ENS is the Ethereum parallel. So you don't send to a cryptic wallet address, you just send something to a name. It's really convenient. This is Lulu, which is basically lending protocol. So imagine you have this list, you scroll through it, you say, oh, I like this one, you click on it, then it opens you this nice page right into a wallet, right? That says, okay, deposit 100 USDC for lending or something like that. This gives you your real-time rates, balances. It tells you what the app does. Like everything is in there, really, really nice. And then once you say, okay, I'm going to deposit 100 USDC, all it does is it opens the next screen. You say approve and done deal. It's like super, super fast also in wallets. It's a really nice experience. And there's going to be more to come, but you have to wait a few more weeks until we are there. And also, we have something called mini blinks, which we say let you teleport experiences. What does it mean? For example, we have an app called Drip, where artists could go and sell NFTs and stuff. And we have a marketplace called Mellow, which is basically another NFT platform. And what they did basically is they used this NFT collection and made it available in Drip just through a link, right? So if you go to Drip and you want to buy this one here, you just say, okay, say enter bid amount. It says minimum 1.5 Sol. You say, okay, I want to pay like 2 Sol. You click on it, you say bid, and it's done. And you're not in Mellow. You're not on their marketplace. You're just on another app that uses a blink to just integrate it, like one link done, like super, super fast. If this makes no sense to you right now, it will later, believe me, because we will build it and then you will see, okay, this is this link and it will make a click for you. But the cool thing is now, it's no longer the case that Mellow says, oh, I built a huge SDK and you have to integrate it somewhere and it likes tons of things that you have to learn as a developer and everything. No, you just click this one link, you click it here and it's done. It's like super fast. You just use one of our clients for that. The same happened, for example, with Drip and Tensor. So basically, if you have an artist that gives you an NFT, this NFT is tradable. Our biggest marketplace to trade NFTs is Tensor. So basically, what Tensor did is they have a really, really nice integration built right into Drip. So again, this is Drip, like a artist platform. But this marketplace, because Drip don't really has it, uses Tensor for that because of all the bidding on NFTs and stuff. So it's a really, really nice, really, really easy way for them to integrate stuff into new places. And then one of the last examples that I wanted to show you is the Solana on-chain holiday. This happened during Christmas this year. So there were products, and you could just buy them, and the way you bought them were through blinks. I think it was set up on a Shopify system, right? In the back end.
Yeah, it was Shopify powered by Helio.
Yeah.
Which provides like this connectivity layer between Shopify, so you can for Shopify items using USDC.
Yeah. So USDC is a stablecoin. Do you know what a stablecoin is? Okay, I just repeat it real quick. Imagine you want to have something on the blockchain. Normally, if you go to CoinMarketCap or somewhere, you will see the coins go like this. So it's not a nice experience to buy coffee or something like this. This is why we have something called stablecoins. Which is basically 101 backed the currency that we have these days. So imagine there is a company and you send them like $10 and they put this $10 in the safe and they give you $10 on the blockchain back for this. So it's a 1-1 backing, but it's stable. It's exactly the price that you have these days with a normal fiat, to put it simple. And then because of this, you can now out of the sudden buy something for $8.50 because you have $8.50 USDC that you can spend with it. And yeah, so there's this Shopify shop that they built up, integrated. Basically, they installed a plugin, an app from Helio, and then they just would make you buy stuff, right? And then the experience basically is, this is the on-chain holiday, where you can see all the products that are listed there. Again, Shopify shop, and then when you like a product, you just click on it, and what you see here is already a blink, right? So it asks you what size is it, and asks you if you want to buy it. And then once you say, okay, I want to buy it, boom, order success, it's done. Like super fast, super easy. All of those links, again, are blinks, which means you can also take the same link and just send it on Twitter, and then people can buy it there. It's the same endpoint. It's always the same. It's easy, and it doesn't change a bit. And this is how it looked like in Backpack again. So as you can see here, they did another tab besides the blink tab called On-Chain Holiday. You can see what stuff is listed there. You can basically say, okay, I like this hoodie. It says 120 bucks for shipping. You say accept, order, boom, done. Like super easy product experience, all running for one single link, one URL, not more. Tons of different ways to display it and use it. And this is basically what makes Blinks so powerful. I hope this gives you a bit of introduction, what a Blink actually is, what it can do for you, how it can basically power end user experiences or B2B experiences. Like there's tons of things that it can do for you. And the next step is our tech deep dive, which is going to be done by Nick. So I will use that quite a bit now. Yeah. Since Carlo and I were talking a lot, do you guys need maybe 5-minute bathroom, smoke break, something like that? Okay, then we continue. Nice, like that. You try now. Let's see.
Yeah, let's. I broke yours.
Okay, it's fine. You go up. That's it, yeah. What?
No, I'm saying I broke everything.
So good. Can I like it? It's fine. Let me help you.
I know it's just like what's up. Is the microphone on? I
Yes.
can start.
Yes, you can start.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So since now I believe everyone has like some high-level understanding what blinks are, where it can be used, and for what. I'll give some like brief theory behind blinks, how it works on like also on some high level. But this is exactly what you need for today for workshop to follow up with some practice stuff after this. Yeah, so the blinks basically has like two components: blink client and blink provider. The client is like a front-end part which is visible here. As you see, the client usually consistent across different platforms. Even if it's like mobile app, it's usually will looks like this. Yeah, with different colors, with different like some UI but the general idea is usually always the same. You have like a image, title, description, some buttons that you can press, some form data, and so on. And all of this are powered by like a simple JSON specification, which we call a Blink provider. And if you're familiar like with general HTTP and REST, this is a JSON file which returns from the get endpoint when the Blink client access a Blink provider API. So it's like when client is about to get rendered on the page, it goes to the like URL, let's say actions.ls.com/donate. It's example URL just in case. And it gets this JSON file as a response. And this is how it all works together. So there is an image, and there is a field called icon in the JSON file. There is a title, and there is a field called title. And same with description. And then there is some specification for buttons. We call it actions. So it's like every button is kind of an individual action that user can take. And it's also like described in pretty self-intuitive way. Like it has label and the URL which Blink client should access to like execute this action. And yeah, for example, here is also an input field, and there is a parameters. Also, it's like this label and so on. And this is how basically the Blink client knows how to render the Blink provider. And yeah, this is a sequence diagram showing how it works together. So we start from the user perspective. When user sees a Blink or an action on the website, the Blink client sends request to the provider. And provider returns the this JSON file with the fields like image, title, description, actions, and so on. And then the Blink client, like because it's like a fixed specification, Blink clients know how to render it, and it shows the user interface to the user. Then user can obviously take any action on this UI, and imagine user clicks any button. Blink client obviously know this, and then the Blink client sends a post request. Just in case in HTTP, you basically have like get request, which is usually used to fetch the data, and post request, which is usually used like to write the data or submit some action. Yeah, in the sense like a request to the provider. After this, provider creates a transaction for Solana blockchain or any other blockchain. And actually, not every action creates a transaction. Sometimes it could be like just to say, write something in the database, or even like redirect to another page. So yeah, we have a couple of like pre-built actions which Blink client can execute. But in this case, yeah, on the sequence diagram, it's like a client requests a transaction, and Blink provider returns a transaction. After this, Blink providers, Blink client works with the wallet, like Web3 wallet, which is installed on the user machine, and it prompts like a user to sign transaction or like sign message or execute. Basically, it requests a user to approve some Web3 action. It's like when you say, when you pay online something, you enter credit card details, and then sometimes you need like to confirm an action in the app, or like approve like 3D secure, and so on, or like enter code from the SMS. So same in Web3. Yeah, and then when user approves transaction, it's again Blink client processes it, and as a result, it sends not to the Blink provider, but to blockchain, and in our example, it's Solana. Yeah.
So we can use links not just to sign transactions, but also messages?
Yes, messages. You can use links to redirect to another web page, for example, for like some click-to-action stuff. And if I remember, I think there was and just a request to the backend, which can execute like anything. Let's say write to the database, or let's say send email or whatever.
And just to clarify for those completely uninitiated, if the user does not have a wallet installed, it stays a regular link and will send regular users to the usual website behind what the link actually provides, right?
Yeah, if let's say in social networks, yeah, for example, if user shares a link and another user that sees this link has a Blink client installed, then the user will see a Blink. But otherwise, if he doesn't have it, he'll see just typical link preview, and he can click on the link preview, and he'll get redirected to the website where he could take an action. Like with this donate example, if the user doesn't have client, he will see like preview. He clicks and he can donate on the third-party website. With Blink's use case, he can donate directly in the place where he saw it. So yeah, it's like kind of easier experience for user who has Blink client, but it's still interoperable with users who doesn't have. So it's like typical experiences we have now,
Yeah.
but easier for.
Establish the thought of there being like a graceful fallback.
Yeah. It's yeah, exactly. It's graceful fallback. So you doesn't lose the users, but you get better experience for new users who adopted to this technology. And just in case to drive adoption, we partnership with major wallets like Phantom, Backpack, Soulflare on Solana, and they have Blink client integrated in their app, so you don't need like to install anything separately. It's already in your wallet, but you need to enable it in the settings. Yeah. And this is how the Blink client can handle all the states. So the first state is it just shows the first screen, like the result of the GET response. Then Blink client handles like some loading states. Let's say when the user prompted to confirm some action, the Blink will show an executing or something. And yeah, Blink has a completed state when it's executed, so it's a final state, and also an error state. So this basically, we handle everything for you. You don't need to write this UI to bother about errors handling and so on. Blink client handles it. Yeah, and just in case, I think that's it. Like for the basic part, and this is probably everything that you need to know for today to follow our tutorial. And if anyone has questions, please ask now, because now I want to show like just few more features without technical explanation how it can be implemented, but just to show what you can do with Blinks. Okay.
Just to clarify, this is basically possible because browser extensions and wallets are, for the most part, browser extensions are able to alter the content that's shown on a website. That's what enables this enriched experience. On the flip side of that, it also means that it will not work on mobile Twitter, right? Because there's no direct integration between the wallet and Twitter, and so we can't change what's shown on mobile Twitter, but we can on desktop Twitter. So maybe worthwhile to point out this difference.
Yeah.
For people to know the limitations as well.
Yeah. Exactly. So on social networks, it works like with help of Blink client. The Blink client can modify the web page if it's installed, and basically we use the word unfurl. So unfurl, like you have a link which can be unfurled, and the link will be displayed. Yeah, it works perfectly on desktop. On mobile, it's not possible because, let's say, another app cannot just access your Twitter app and modify its content. But for this, we provide a way for clients to have a native integration, like we did in Backpack Wallet, right? And for example, if anyone has Backpack Wallet, you can go to the dApps tab, and there will be a separate tab called Blinks. And this is like same Blinks experience, native in other wallet. And we have a very cool experiment with app called Bags. It's like a social trading platform for meme coins, but there is a chat in the app. And when someone shares a link, which is a Blink, it also can get rendered in the chat. So it's more like a matter of adoption. The more users use Blinks, the more app developers would want to have like a native integration. And yeah, Blinks ideally should be everywhere. And yeah, again, it's more the matter of adoption. Yeah, I think I want to show.
We also had a question in the chat.
Okay.
1 second. This is where I lost the presentation for a sec. And now I can.
I think you can just close it for a while.
So the question was, do Blinks work for Telegram, WhatsApp, etc., or just for previously shown applications?
Blinks doesn't work in Telegram or WhatsApp for the reason I explained now, like because on the mobile you cannot modify it. On Telegram desktop, if I remember, there was experiments to render Blinks in the Telegram, but using like a Telegram web client. So again, it's more similar to what we have done on Twitter. If you have Blink client, it can modify the web page. And since Telegram web is just a website, like a Telegram web client, yeah, it's possible to use it, but I don't think it's like went to production nowadays. So and again, it's the matter of adoption. If Blinks will be big enough for such big players like Telegram and WhatsApp, it would be so cool to have native integration in these apps, even on mobile. But nowadays, yeah, in Telegram or WhatsApp, if you share the link, which is technically Blink, it will just gracefully fall back to a normal link preview, so you anyway doesn't lose anything. Yeah.
If I'm using the extension browser on Backpack, then automatically on Twitter, I would see the Blinks, or it does not apply to the browser in the app, in the wallet itself?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's technically possible, but it doesn't work today like this because probably I think very few people use Twitter through Backpack web browser. But technically it's possible, and we might explore it, like to bring Blinks to the devs who doesn't have native integration. So yeah. Okay, yeah, and I want to show a couple of features that Blinks has. Just for you, not to think that you can build only very primitive things with Blinks, but could have also more feature-rich experience. Yeah. So the Blink supports any different of forms, so you can build almost any form. Like if it's either some poll, you want like ask users the questions and collect the information, or let's say you want to collect shipping information. So practically everything, and Blink clients provide out of the box validation, like in this case, it's probably not really well visible, but the first field is full name, the second one is email, and it has like a cool icon here. And plus, if you enter something which is not an email, it will also display the user an error. The next field is URL, so you need to enter like a website or something. The next is phone number, and everything is like validated, and you don't need to write this code. So everything you need to do as a Blink provider, you need to say that this field is a phone number, and that's it. The Blink client will do the rest. You don't need like to read the docs, how to parse the phone number, how to detect the phone number is correct, and so on. You don't need to do it. You just need to declare that, yeah, this is phone number, and the rest we do for you. Yeah. The next feature I want to show is we call it chaining, because technically, usually you don't have like a straightforward experience. I mean, you execute an action, and sometimes you want the user do something more. You don't want to move the user to the completed state immediately. And in this example, for example, there is it asks user to choose an egg which he wants to open, like close to Pokemon style, I believe. And then it moves user to another screen, which allows to configure this egg with some traits or attributes. And only after this, yeah, it moves. It means NFT and moves the user to complete the screen. And this allows you to build like more native, better forms, because you don't need to think how to pack this everything on one screen. Yeah, you can build this kind of chained experience. And yeah, it can be anything. The amount of screens is unlimited. So I remember we even had like a Blink which provides user to do a psychology test with around like 20 questions to detect, like to analyze what kind of trading archetype are you or something like this. So yeah, I think this opens like a lot of cool possibilities for Blinks. Yeah, the next one, it's actually a video. Yeah, if you can, there should be a play button. Yeah. So we call it like dynamic blinks. So we understand that usually the data is not static, and the blink should be able to update itself with new data. For example, imagine if you build a blink to trade something, the price probably will be changing, especially in crypto, in Web3, where the price is kind of volatile. Yeah, it's going to be changing, and you want to provide user with up-to-date, the most recent information. And maybe you can run it one more time. Yeah, and the blink can literally update itself in the real time. You also don't need like to write any complex WebSocket logic or something like this. We handle almost everything for you. Yeah. Actually, this video from my old presentation, so it's actually already available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming soon.
But it's already, I think it's in our docs.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the next one, we call it message signing, because like the message signing is conception from the Web3 when you don't sign transaction, but you sign some arbitrary data when you want to prove that you're the owner of a wallet. And we believe it's useful for Web2 experience when you don't want like to, let's say, sign transaction and pay something on chain, but maybe you want to just apply for a wait list, or in this case, it's, what is it? I think it's shipping keystone, but it's probably like more waitlist stuff or something, because it's not supposed you to to actually execute on-chain action, but it basically asks you to prove that you are you are the owner of the wallet that you want to use, and then it can send like a normal API request to your backend, and you can store it and process it later. And this is like a more a bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 worlds. Yeah, and the last one I want to show, we call it Blink data table. Currently, very few clients supports it, but the perfect support, I think, nowadays in the Backpack wallet. We kind of like invented it not that long time ago, because we're building a new experience on the Backpack app, and we thought that like, okay, you see the Blink, but with the Blink you want to see also some enhanced metadata with like what you actually, let's say, have in the wallet right now, so you don't need to open the wallet, see your tokens, and so on. Or maybe you already interacted with this Blink and you want to see like the result of your previous interactions. And in this case, for example, the Blink is to stake Sol. Stake Sol is like, let's say, you put a deposit in the bank. So same on the Web3, but we use like a stake word. And you basically deposit your Sol in some protocol or something. And the Blink data table feature allows you to display any kind of data from the Blink. And in this case, it shows like how many Sol you have already deposited, how many like Jita Sol you deposited or either have in the wallet, depends on the context. And for example, it shows the APY. APY is like annual percentage yield, yeah? Yeah, so basically 8.5% you get per year from this amount if you staked with the Blink. So really allows you to display any kind of information, and yeah.
That's cute. So for say if someone ordered an item, so say someone ordered an item through a Blink, then I could show them the shipping status.
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So it can be arbitrary backend. It can be arbitrary
Yeah.
backend.
Yeah.
Too is what I'm
Yeah.
saying, and
Yes,
it
yes.
needn't be blockchain data. It could be everything
Yes,
the
yes,
website
yes.
would want to
Yeah,
show
yeah,
there
yeah.
for the users.
Whatever you want. Yeah.
Sweet.
All right. I think that's it. What I wanted to show, and I'll just share this slide. This is all the links you can use today: our docs, our GitHub repository, and our X. But yeah, I believe that's what you need to know for today to get started, and probably get excited is what you can do with Blinks. And the next we will show how to set up and your environment and build a simple Blink together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
See if we have questions in the chat. Okay, so we have one question is, where can I find Blinks?
Everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
In Twitter, in your wallets, on Drip, even on Tensor. And actually, many things are Blinks, but probably as a user, you might even not know it.
Yeah.
What's an interesting idea?
Ort here just had an interesting idea, which brings up a question on terms of what media types are supported, because he said it would be interesting to have blinks for music drops on Drip House and have them show up as a playable or as a kind of audio player on the timeline on X. Would that technically be possible already, or is it something on the horizon?
No, it wouldn't be possible right now, but because it can be only images, GIFs, but I believe this is what we need to explore.
Can I get
Yes.
access? So if someone, I don't know, make a very small transaction. Oh, sure. We need the towel. We need towel. Yeah. So the question is, if I can gate some kind of access to something, such as content, such as videos or something like that, through blinks.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we have access protocol integrated, which provide access protocol is basically a DEP that allows you to sell a content on subscription type. Like the user subscribe for access protocol, but they get the access to any protocol shared through this DEP. And this is some kind of gating, and they use blinks to distribute it. So
Live now, do you have examples to show?
I don't think I can.
I have no subscription there.
Yeah, I don't have subscription to. But
it's access protocol.
Access protocol. Because I got a bit confused when someone asked to show Blink, because Blink's technically decentralized, and we provide a tooling and conception for people to build. But sometimes we might even not. We don't know what people build because they don't come and tell us. They just build using our technology, but they don't report to us that they build something. So,
Okay, thank you. Hey, the idea is when we integrate Blinks into our project, you have a donation link API, right? So how do you understand if we have Blinks, if we don't tell you? Because we don't have logo, you don't have anything. We have to report you the project, right? But
if you integrate Blink in your product, then you basically, if you have a Blink integrated, you're technically a Blink client.
Yeah.
And as a client, you need to render a Blink, right? And for this, you need to use a library or something. We have a library, open source. But again, if you use our library to get it integrated, we wouldn't know about it. You just use it, and you don't have to report to us.
Following question. We want to use push notifications for mobile because you have this idea in the mobile. It's on your website also. I also looking to docs right now. Other than how it's possible to integrate inside the phone to show notifications and everything, like messages in Blinks.
It's in our roadmap to the school you discovered another product, but unfortunately nowadays these two products are not coupled together, not yet. But we plan to explore joining these products together and provide a more native Blink experience for alerts. And let's say if you receive notification, you can take an action using Blink if the notification has a link or something. We plan to explore it, but right now these two projects live separately.
I believe it's pretty cool. So if you couple it, it's a cool concept.
That's ideal. So
thank you.
Long journey.
Cool. Small question.
Yeah.
Can bots use Blinks as well?
Bots?
Yeah.
AI agents? Yeah, and Bjorn gonna tell you something today about AI agents. But yeah, like absolutely. And just to give some context, the blinks were designed with this idea in mind that the user interface is not the only option to use Blink. Technically, machine-to-machine communication is the perfect for Blinks as well, and it was designed with this idea in mind. So yeah, it's fully usable, and maybe nowadays the narrative drives more to this direction, especially with AI agent stuff.
Okay. Maybe just to finish it up. So thanks, Nick.
Thanks.
What you said is right. We do have a second product. It's called Alert Stack, right? So if you now look, the question I have for you is, yes, they're not coupled together, but look, we do have those states here, right? And it will tell you here in this state that something is completed, right? So the question is, if you already look at the screen and you see that something is completed, do you still need the alert message for that? Because you obviously saw on your screen that something happened and it successfully executed. But this alert stack is something cool for something different. For example, like we have so many big protocols on Solana already having it integrated. For example, Camino, right? To tell you that you are about to get liquidated or something like that in moments where you don't really see that something is going on. Like markets are down, we are in crypto. It happens at any time and any point in time, right? And then the idea is, oh, it would be nice before I ruin myself to get a Telegram message telling me, look, dude, you're
about to get ruined.
Yes, save your bags now. Kind of this idea, right? So kind of, okay, it's passive, it's happening still, and then you get this push notification that tells you, look. And then, yeah, the idea is that obviously there's going to be a blink where you can just shoot some soul and then keep your position, right? Something like that. So something to keep up with. Distant future, maybe, because obviously, yes, those products should work together. Yeah, it's at least for these kind of use cases.
A better example for the notification is if the price goes down and you want to buy,
yes,
instead of getting your life completely ruined.
Buy the next tip. The tip of the tip. Yeah, and maybe one more thing that we maybe can show already here is something we call it dial.to. So yes, we have this open standard, and people don't really have to tell us if they build a blink or not, but we try to give them reasons to do so. Let's say that, because it makes total sense in terms of discoverability and everything. So there is this website. It's called dial.to, and then if you go to this website, you basically see at least the blinks that are registered. Why am I always losing my screen? I'm so sorry about this. Give me 1 second, please. I need a new window, I guess. Why does this always have to be so complicated?
Maybe you can just share your main screen.
I just do like this.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to what I just said. Oh, nice. Now it's overlapping. Thanks so much for that. Okay. So what you can see here is dial.to, right? So blinks that are registered show up there. You can also see the different kind of blinks, the way they are showed. Like this, what you see here is called a preview blink. Same goes with here. So it does not have like this big images. It just has this neat text here, and it has like a button. And then if you say like buy Jup, what it would do, it will open the real blink from Jupyter, where you can say, okay, stake 1.0 Sol, for example, buy Jup, sorry. If I would do so now, what you now see is I click on the button, it asks me to connect my wallet, and the moment I connect my wallet, it's gonna render another notification. So it says executing, right? And then I can sign it, and then boom, the transfer is done. I don't want to swap for Jupe right now, so I'm not going to execute this, but just that you get the drift. And then if you go through it, you will see so many other things, like there is NFTs, there is games, many blinks that were built. So it's really also a place to explore something.
People built.
That
community built.
Yes, the community built, right, sorry. Yeah, I will show you later something we call the terminal. This is something we're working right now on it. It contains the standard link library, or SBL as we call it. And we will give you a little sneak peek. This is something to look forward for in the future. But for now, this is already live, and this is a good place to start with if you just want to see what other people build, get some inspiration and stuff, and really try a little thing out and see how blinks in general work. Yeah, this is something to come later. First and foremost, what we're going to do now or next is, how much time do you still have left? I would say we still do the system setup now. And then after the system setup, we do a short breather, like maybe lunch break or something like that. And then we start with our first coding example. Okay? Sweet. Yeah, we can turn it off. Yeah. System setup. So I take this thing back. We'll go back to our Figma presentation. And we start with the system setup. So what we do now is a minimal setup, but it's necessary for you in order to build blinks. So makes sense now to open your laptop. Probably for some of you who did something in web development already have this stuff set up. We just do it to make sure that if you haven't done it yet, it's there once we start with the coding. And the first thing, here's the things that we're going to do. So the first thing is we're going to set up a Git repository. Git repository is basically the place where you can store your code, and then also your code changes so that at any point you can go back and revisit your code if something breaks or so. The second thing that we are going to do is Node.js, which is going to be our runtime because we use Nodes. We use a Next.js example and TypeScript. The next thing that we need is a wallet, because the wallet stores your coins, your tokens and everything, and it is used to extract, to execute everything. And then in the last step, we get some DevNet Soul to play around with. DevNet Soul is basically Solana, but for, let's say, a play network, like a playground. So there is this thing called DevNet. In DevNet, you can do whatever you want. You can have as many Sol as you want. You will not get rich from that. But at least you can try your programs, you can deploy them, right? Send some stuff from A to B. And at some point when you decide, okay, my app is good enough, then you can deploy to mainnet. And this is then where everything goes live. So imagine of it like a test environment. If you do something in Solana, just a short heads up, we do actually have 4 networks. The first is LocalNet, obviously running on your computer, so nothing happens. All good. The second one is the testnet. Don't go there because the programs might not be deployed there. So let's say you want to try minting NFTs on testnet, you will figure out that Metaplex decided not to deploy their contracts there. So you will get some errors on not knowing what's going on. The DevNet, it's more for validators and testing and stuff, but not for us as devs. For devs, there's the DevNet, which kind of makes sense from the naming as well. And if you want to be smart, or you think you are smart, and you don't get DevNet Sol, and you think you just take Sol from the testnet wallet, and you're wondering why your programs are not working, because this was happening for me for the first time, again, you're in the wrong network. You really need DevNet. And if you need DevNet Sol later, don't request anything else. Just come to me if something goes wrong, and I can also send you some DevNet Sol, because sometimes the faucet does not work. All right. And once we have done this, we can have lunch and then start coding after this. So first step, what I said, you need Git. The easiest way to figure out if you have Git as a version control is you open your terminal or your command line and you say git-v, and then you look if it says something, because it will either return you a version or it will return you an error. If you don't see a Git version after you type this in, you might want to go to git-scm.com and download Git. If you have a Mac, normally it already comes with Git, so good times for you. But if you have a Windows, you really want to make sure that you have it. Does everyone type it in and has Git? Yes? Sweet. Okay. The next step that we need is Node.js. Node.js is a runtime environment for JavaScript or TypeScript. We're going to use it because we want to run some serverless functions later. And it makes total sense to have this installed as well, because also we need this runtime on your computer. So the way to test if you have it, you say node -v, and then it should show you a version number. Again, if there's an error, something like that, please go to nodejs.org. And then the way to do it is they have right here a button called download. And then they have those drop downs where you can just choose the latest version or the version that you want from Node. I would say just go with the one that they just show you. LTS is normally a longer supported version, which is kind of cool. And 22.14 should be good enough for the recent Next.js that we are using. Yes, yes, everyone has it? Okay, perfect. Then, recommendation from me, Git is nice, but Git is on your computer. The good thing to store your repository is the place called GitHub. You will see many, many other code examples there as well. So it's also a really great place to explore code. We as a company are at Dialect Labs. So all the stuff we develop is open source. So if you want to see what we are doing right now, or if you want to look into our code, I would recommend you to go to Dialect Labs and just give us a follow so that you can just easily find us again and yeah, see how our repositories are built. Sometimes you have questions about a client and stuff. This is really the easiest way to go and just dig through some code. I just expect everyone has a GitHub account since this is a coding school. Okay, perfect. And then one of the last steps, yes, we also need a runtime, an editor, sorry, IDE. I would recommend you to just use Cursor or Visual Code Studio. I personally prefer Cursor, but Visual Code Studio works as well. Just go to cursor.com, download it or whatever it is, but you need, I would say, one of the two editors just to make your life easier. We all have an editor, right? Perfect. You need a wallet. Wallets that we can recommend is either Backpack, Phantom, or Soulflare. I might use Backpack for the examples, but this is totally up to you. The way you get them is you go to one of their websites, let's say backpack.app, and then it says download browser extension. You install the browser extension, and then you basically, it will create you a wallet. So it will give you like maybe, I don't know how much it is, 24 words, something like that, which is your seed phrase. You have to store them somewhere securely. And then it will, in return, give you a wallet address. And then this wallet is the thing that we're going to use for our code examples, where you request your definite soul to it and anything. It's important because the definite soul basically is, it is like the fueling of your car, right? So you cannot do anything without it. You pay it to pay so-called gas costs or transaction fees. So in order to have it, you need a wallet, because the wallet stores it, the wallet executes it, and does everything for you. So please, if you don't have one, just download one of the wallets and set them up for you. It's basically a normal onboarding process, clicking a few times next, and then you are good to go, and you have a wallet address. Yeah.
You have a billing starter template. It's updated like 12 hours ago.
Wait.
In the Git repo.
Again, please.
You have a billing starter template. It's updated like 12 hours ago in your Git repo. Should we use it?
Yes. Not yet, please.
Okay.
So we have this because we think that the easiest way for you to develop is to use a scaffold, because it comes totally configured for you, right? It has the Blinks client configured. It has the wallet connections configured with the provider. It has already an endpoint, so you can just go through it and see it. But for today, in the first step at least, what we want to do with you is we want to show you from scratch how you can build it, because then it's not like you have this full template that's already done for you. We do it step by step so you understand how those things work together. And then after you figured out how it's all working and you got it, then we would recommend you to just use those templates. Because as you said, right, 12 hours ago, we keep this stuff updated. We make sure that if something changes, there's always the latest dependency. So the moment you decide to build your Blink, all you have to do is run one command, or just clone our repository, and you're good to go, right? So this is basically the idea. And yeah, we have basically two scaffolds right now, one for Solana and one for Monad, but we're going to get there. Everybody has a wallet.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. You also have one? Yeah? Yeah? It's no problem if you need help. Yes. And then the extension will guide you through a process where it gives you, I think, 24 words or so, which you should store somewhere securely. And then it gives you, because they are used to create your wallet. Yeah. So maybe just a little refresher for those of you who are new to this. Crypto wallets are used through, so you basically have words, you put those words in, and then in return, they create a seed phrase for you or a wallet. And this wallet is used to receive money. So those words basically create a private key, and out of this private key, you create a public key, and the public key is the one that you use to receive any kind of tokens and stuff. Those words are created through those clicking, what you do on your computer. So therefore you have to save them. If someone gets access to your key or to your words, they basically can recreate this wallet and do whatever they want with it. It's like the key to your house. Therefore you have to protect it. The other cool thing is, without this key, nobody else can do anything with your funds. So it's really self-custody, which makes crypto actually so cool, in my opinion. Okay, I just continue, and then maybe in the break, we can also see how to set it up. The next and last step is we're gonna get some DevNet Sol. We have something, it's called Faucet. So you go to faucet.solana.com, and you just request the airdrop right here. You will not need so much Sol. If you go with 0.5 or 1 Sol, it should be enough. If you, for some reason, run into some errors, we can figure out how this works, because sometimes those faucets are empty, and sometimes they are heavily restricted by IP addresses. So if everyone requests an airdrop, it might not work. Also, what you might want to do, since we all have GitHub accounts, you might want to connect your GitHub, because then you can request higher rates. But again, we will not need so much for our today's example, so you should be good with whatever this faucet gives you. The way it works actually is you go there, it's DevNet, you type in your wallet address, not your .sol address if you have something like this. Also, I don't know if this works. You just use your public key. You say confirm airdrop, and then it normally just sends this to you. This is all. Normally pretty straightforward, but as I said, sometimes those faucets get empty and then you have there is no DevNet Sol left.
Domains do not work.
Domains don't work, yeah. I thought so. And then I just imagine, remember there's a slide I forgot to do, my fault, which is today we are gonna work with a framework which is called Next.js. Next.js is basically a really, really nice framework that lets you, through monorepo, do all your front end and back end part and everything that you need. And it's basically built by a project called Vercel. And the cool thing about Vercel is they build a service to host your stuff. Like they will know out of the sudden, okay, this is your repository. It will understand the folder structure and everything, and it will exactly know how to host this thing. So basically, if you will decide to bring your Blink online later, the only thing that you have to do is you sign up to Vercel and you connect your repository from GitHub with this account, and it will automatically start deploying it for you. And then you have everything online, right? So the functions that we write today, the front end that we write today, everything will be hosted like so for you. And it's a free thing. So it's, yeah, we use it. I think almost everyone uses it today. So should be pretty clear to use it, but I forgot to put it on the slides. And again, you only need it if you decide to host your Blink after our workshop.
Just FYI, the faucet doesn't seem to work. At least for me, it says connect with GitHub, and when I connect GitHub, it says that API rate limit error on GitHub end.
Yes.
So it might not work for others as well. We may have to distribute some DevNet Sol manually.
Yes, perfect. In this case, we do it like this. Let's just meet now in lunch break, and then you just show me your QR code, and I scan it, and I send you some DevNet Sol. It's easy. I should have enough to cover everyone.
I think timeline is easier than menu. So menu website gives a administrator, but maybe if you ask for a timeline, like or something.
Yes, this is the other one. You could install the CLI. This is also possible. But if you go with the CLI, it also means that you have to export your keys again and import them into your Phantom and Backpack wallet. So maybe it's easier.
Arbitrary address to the airdrop function?
Let's just send. I think it's easier. I honestly think it's easier. And then let's see how we go from there. Yeah? Okay, so in this case, what I would say, we now have 10 past 12, if I see this correct on my watch. Maybe we say we do lunch break till 1 p.m. And then if there's any questions, also for those who are online, if you need like DevNet Sol also, yeah, you should not send me your public keys in the chat.
Have a QR that we can use from Blink.
Okay, in the next workshop. This would be a really cool idea. Yeah, request airdrop from Björn. Yeah, no, it's fine. Next workshop we do that. Okay. Then, as I said, if you are done, it's cool. Have some food, grab some lunch. We meet at 1 p.m. again. If you need some DevNet Sol, if you have more questions about a system setup, if you need something with your wallet, something like that, just please come here and find me, and then we figure it out. Okay? Great. Thank you.
But you maybe click on the reload thing. This is iPhone. Strange.
Yeah, this one works.
Test. Okay, we have it finally. No. Change the camera. I think it's good. I think it's good. Ah. Got it. Okay. So we are. So back, as we would say in crypto. So back. Okay. Yes. So meanwhile, at least everyone has, I hope, enough DevNet Soul collected. Again, we start with our third coding example, just to finish something up that I was showing. So what I said is, if you want to build something, let's say on Solana, on crypto in general, we normally have those different kinds of nets, right? We have a local net, a test net, a dev net, and then we have the main net. Now we want to do something in the dev net, which means, yes, we first requested an airdrop here, but then also we have to make sure that our wallet knows that we want to do something in the dev net, because our wallet normally expects us to be in the main net. And now I'm going to show you really quick how you can do this. The first thing I showed you was on Backpack. So all you have to do is you take your Backpack wallet, and then what you do is you go to Settings, you go to Preferences, and you enable the developer mode. The developer mode basically tells your wallet, hey, I feel like I'm a dev, so please show me all the cool settings that you have for me prepared. And then you go back and go here to this little icon here, which is the Networks tab. And you say Add Network on the top, on the bottom, sorry. And you will see it shows you different networks that are available. And also here the test networks. And there is the Solana DevNet. I have mine already enabled. This is why it's no longer shown here. It's now here in the enabled network section. And then once you've done this, you click on the Solana icon and you choose Solana DevNet. And this should be good enough. If you have received an airdrop, something like that, and someone sent you DevNet Soul, this thing here should not say 0 right now. If you're in a Backpack, right? If you use Phantom Wallet, the process is a bit different. But again, you open your wallet, and then you have here again this button that opens a slider menu. And in this menu, on the very bottom, you see the settings gear icon. You click on it, and you say, I think it is developer settings, and you enable this testnet mode thing. This is also enough for the wallet to tell. Again, once this is done, you scroll down, your Solana balance should not be 0 by now then. This is an important thing, because what we do not now is we're gonna write a little memo program. So we write a small text on chain. And to do this, we need gas, because gas is basically, imagine like a car, right? If your car has no gas, it doesn't go a meter. Okay. Everyone is in the DevNet mode? Perfect. We have a question here. Is DevNet or TestNet? It's DevNet. Yeah, there was one question. It's just called DevNet or TestNet. So I said it before the break. I say it again. The idea is that the testnet is more or less for validators. So on Solana, most of the time you use programs. So if you do token mint or whatever, you normally don't do your stuff all from scratch like you would do in EVM. In Solana, normally you use a program that's already there, a protocol. And those protocols need to be in the network to use, of course. And in testnet, you won't find much protocols. So if you want to create a new token, something like that, you need normally the token program to do that, and it needs to be deployed. And in DevNet, this is really where the devs go. So devs go to DevNet, easy to remember, and then we're good to go. Okay. Since we have done this, let's start coding. Let me open my editor real quick. All right, just gonna screen mirror. I think it's easier. Okay. This beamer is too smart.
CLI doesn't work for me ever.
I can't sense.
Just wanted to move on my entire screen. Can't be that hard, right? Do you see my screen now? Sweet. All right, let's do it. So again, please make sure you have installed Git, just for them who just came via the screen. If you say git -v, it should show you version. Same goes with Node. If you don't get any error messages, you're good to go. And we start with our coding example. So in the beginning, what we need is we need a Next.js project. Because we use Next.js, it's the easiest way, in my opinion, to just do that. So to create a Next.js project, we say npx create -next -app at latest. And then we call this thing build with blinks. And then the moment you type it in, it will basically bring you through a little setup. So this npx create next app is, yeah, I don't know how to say it, maybe a template, I would call it, from Next.js to have a very quick setup of your project, so you don't have to bother about all those settings things. So the first question is, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we want to use TypeScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes, we want to use that. Do you want to use Tailwind CSS? Yes, we want to do this too. And then the next question is, would you like your code inside a source repository or directory? This is up to your way, but I normally use a source repository because I really like my stuff to be. I make it a bit bigger. Sorry, tell me. So yeah, as I said, I like it a lot to have this in my project, so I will go with yes. It asks you want to use the app router? Yes.
Sorry, one step back. I get the error message. Could not read package JSON.
Could not read package JSON. Did you type npx or npm? Ah. No, all good.
Probably just a typo, right?
Yeah.
What is good for to use the source thingy?
It is more a way how to order your components and stuff, like a structural thing. I just like to have it, keep stuff clean. It's a
Mainly personal preference.
Yes, it's a personal preference. That's what I was looking for. Thanks. Then there's a question: would you like to use? By the way, does it work now? Sweet. Okay. Yes, we use the app router because I like it a lot. Turbo pack, we say no. And customize the import aliases, we also say no. And then we wait. What it does now is it basically downloads all the packages that we need, it does all the configurations and stuff, and we end up with a fresh Next.js project ready to start.
Does anyone still need DevNet Soul? Okay.
There's no
Well,
way.
Faucet started working for me again, so you need more, but you shouldn't need more than 0.5.
So we're good, we're building. Okay, spinner, nice. Sweet. Okay. The next two steps are very basic, so I will just show you. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to cd in the folder. So change directory to the folder. Say build. Was already in the folder. No. No turbo pack. And then once we're in the folder, we do a npm run dev. I will first open my development IDE and then npm run dev. npm run dev, what it does is it creates a development local instance so that I can just play around locally. So if you do npm run dev, what should happen is it should show you here local and should say localhost probably 3000 at the end. It's just a port, but make sure that you got the right one. If something runs on your 3000 port, obviously it's going to be a 3001 or something like that, but let's just say it's the case. And then what you can do is you can take this domain and just open it in your browser, and it should show you the landing page of Next.js, like so. So if you can see this, you're good. Always questions, yes. Well, can I help you?
The installation, that's what you meant.
Ah, no, there's one question we say no, which is the turbo pack, but I don't think it does any harm if you say yes. If you said yes, and I think it's just, I don't think it's important for this thing that we do right now. Just try to run npm run dev and see if it opens, and then let's see if it works. Just see if my screen share isn't working. Good, I think. Okay, how far are we? Are good? Yeah, let's move the banner quick, like so. I think this is a good one. Yeah. Get an error? Okay. Yeah. We need that. Okay. Okay, looks good, right? Let's go to local hospitality. Yeah. Sure. Of course. phone hype a bit. You too?
The next read next hour. Curious to see if that's because it's in my mobile documents. Maybe just causing some path errors or something. Sufficient path errors. My local.
Can you show me what you had in the console? It's a totally new project, right? This is very strange.
View Torsion some cannot find module relevant blocks. Warte mal. Ich brauche einfach. NPM.
Was macht er nochmal?
Ich helfe sicher zu gehen, aber die Module sind.
Ich will das gleich machen.
Ja.
Ah, ja. Geht. Okay. Okay. All right. So I think we can maybe continue a bit and then later at a stage maybe finish so that not everybody has to wait. So normally what happens, you do npm run dev, and if you go to your local host, and the port that you see here, like for me, it's localhost 3000 at the end. If I type it in here, localhost 3000, it opens this page. And also what you see here in your console, it will give you like those 200 messages. If you see this, everything is good. We are running locally. Life's good. We can start coding. So if you open your folder now in your IDE, you will see that this command that we just ran gave us a specific folder structure, right? And this is basically the cool thing about Next.js, because it gives you this nice mono repository where you can write some backend stuff and front end stuff, and it's all in one. So right now on the left side, what you see is a few folders. I don't want to explain to you Next.js right now in full, but just that you get a broad idea. We have one folder, it's called public. And every file that you put into the public folder is available right after the slash. So if I would say, for example, in my browser now, localhost 3000 /globe.svg, I think it was, it should show me the globe icon. So this is a nice way if you think like, for example, we build a blink and you want to have an image for the blink, and the blink image should be rendered in your domain, like mydomain.com/myamazingblinkimage.jpg. Then myamazingblinkimage.jpg would be put into this public folder, and then once you push it into your repository, Next.js will know that this file should be publicly available and hosted right after the root domain. You can do that with many different kind of files, robot.txt and whatever you need, for example. For our use case here, we can use it to, as I said, have an image for the blink, but we don't use it in our example. And then we have this folder, the source folder, which I said before that we create. And in this source folder, you have a folder called app. And this is basically where the whole party starts. In our app folder, we do two things right now. The first thing is we're going to create a folder called API as a subfolder. So
what you do now is you click on this app, say new folder, you say API. And now everything that we do in this API folder will automatically be something that happens in our backend. So if we create now, imagine like a serverless function, something like this. And everything we do in this app folder will be more or less, because we have an app router, be in our front end. So one more thing, because I forgot to say that, we have to install one more package. And the package is our Solana Actions package, and we need Web3.js. So in your terminal, you could either do it in your IDE itself. You can go down there and you can just do like this. You make it up and it's there. Or you can also do it in your terminal here. What you have to do is you say npm install, and then the first thing that you install is Solana/actions. Solana Actions is the place where we will extract all the stuff that's link specific for our Blink provider. So the thing that we need to send a response later back, the thing that we need to structure the get and everything, the types, it's all there. The second thing that we install is the Web3.js. To do that, we say npm install at Solana/web3.js. I think it's at 1, right? Because it's version 1.
Yeah, it's the one by default.
Yeah. This will be needed to use the memo program to transfer Sol tokens, whatever we want to do. Okay. So in the end, once this installation is done, we have a file here. It's called package.json. And the package.json file more or less has an overview of all the packages that you have installed. So if you click on package.json and you scroll a bit down, you should see Solana Actions, and you should see Solana Web3.js, and it should not have a 2 here. It should have a 1 point something, like I have 1.98. If you don't see it here in the dependencies, there's probably something going wrong with the installation part. Maybe a typo, something like that. So again, these are the 2 commands, npm install at Solana/actions, and then npm install at Solana/web3.js at 1. Okay.
Should show up there automatically.
Yeah, after the npm install, it should show in the dependencies file, like I just did.
So it's in the package.json, right? Thanks. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna proceed a bit more because there's also people on the stream. I will push the full code later also in repository, so it's not gonna be lost. You can at any point, we can, you know, meet later and then catch up and stuff, but I also don't want to be impolite for people that are on the stream. So let's just continue. Again, package.json, you should find the two packages now, Solana Actions and Web3.js, Web3.js in version 1.98. And if you have this, you're good to go. The next thing we want to do is we want to create a file called actions.json. The file actions.json is used for your wallet. So imagine you have this Blink and your wallet now finds this URL on Twitter. He wants to understand, is this a Blink or not? So what it would do is it would go to this website, look for the actions.json file. And if it finds it, it would look for the routes and see where are Blinks, right? It's basically, imagine of a sitemap where you would normally tell Google, hey, look, this is my cool website and I have this and that and that and that and that. And Google just goes down your sitemap and indexes everything. Like the same idea behind us is for Blinks, the actions.json file. And the way you do it is you go here on the app and you say new folder. And we call this folder actions.json. And in a subfolder, we create a file called route.ts. So if you did it right, it says here source app actions.json route.ts. And from here, we start creating basically our route. So we start with a small import. What we gonna import are actions core setters. Actions headers from Solana Actions. And we will actions JSON import. Next step is we take the get. So it's the export const get equals, I think because it's an asynchronous call. So this is for the export. Then we have to define a payload. So we go const payload from type actions JSON. And in there, we define something we call rules. And the rules is basically the rules how we map everything. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to map all root level routes. I do this because it's convenient. You can also have
full-fledged route, so every Blink URL you could define there, but I think it's easier to go like this. So it says path pattern. We go with the asterisk. This is basically saying, okay, everything that is behind my slash, so mydomain.com / everything that happens behind that is supposed to be Blink route. And then I say I have an API path, which is basically the mapping to it. So telling it, okay, look, if there's something behind the slash also happening, then look it up into my API route. So I say /API /actions. And then we have something, we call it the indemponent rule. This is more or less like a fallback. Idempotent as fallback. And then again, we have a path pattern. We say /API /actions. And then we take two asterisks, and we go with the API path. Sorry, it's not supposed to be like that. And then we just say again API /actions. And again 2 stars. Come on. So, and then we have to return it. So we say return response to JSON. And then we say payload. And then we give him as the headers, we give him the action course headers, which we have implemented and imported from here. And then we have to make sure that course is working. So we say export const options equals get, because we also have to support the options route. So again, this is not a file that would tell our wallets how they can find the Blinks URL. It's, imagine as a mapping. Okay, I think meanwhile, no, something. Can you check if something's in stream, some questions or so on? Yes, they are compatible with Web3.js too. Links.
I think it should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that we haven't tested.
Yeah, we basically stick with version 1 yet because the most ecosystem on the version 1.
Yeah. So it's not like they would not. So yeah. So the question is, are they not compatible with version 2 of Web3.js? For ease of use, honestly, we just decided to go with this version because it's what we're used to.
When we were creating Blinks, there was no version 2 yet.
Yeah. So, but I'm also happy to do an example with version 2. Maybe we can just use Gil from Nick Frostbutter, and then it's going to work out. Yeah. So then there's another question. Say I share a Blink on Twitter. How can I get a person's handle or Twitter ID along with their request to my backend? So the way it works is we send a wallet address to the backend. It's not like we would collect the Twitter data for you. This is not the case. It's that we send you the wallet because you want to execute a blockchain transaction.
if you want to have a Twitter handle from this person also, you would probably do it through a text input, I would say, right? It's the easiest way to do it.
They would have to provide it
Yes.
themselves as user.
Yes. Because the way it works, it's not Twitter unfurling, it's the wallet that unfurls. So it's something that happens with your wallet. It's nothing that happens with Twitter itself. So yeah. Okay. Then a question. I'm building an editor-like app. I want my users to create custom links. How do I help them preview it before it's shared on places like Twitter, etc.? Yeah, okay. Daniel, this is basically what we are doing right now. What we do is we now sit on a Blink endpoint, like Blink provider, how we call it. And then later we will implement a Blink client that will be showing our Blink. But all we do will be only on our computer, so nothing else will go outside. This is a very good way to test. And then later, what I showed before, you could, for example, post your app into the GitHub repository and then connect it with Vercel to actually host it and make it available to everyone. We will go through this step by step. But it's a good question. Yes, you can do the total locally. Nothing is exposed from what your users are testing. Okay. So this is the actions.json file. It's very often that people forget to set it, and then they wonder that it's not really working as they expect. So therefore, it's something I really want to point your attention to. The next step, what we do is we create an API endpoint for our Blinks provider. And the way we do it is we go to this app folder, and then I created in the first step already an API subfolder. If you haven't, please create the subfolder. And then we create another folder called memo, because you're going to call it a memo Blink. And in this subfolder, I create a new file called route.ts. So if you did it right, it should be source app API memo and route.ts. And again, because we have the structure where we have the folder app that contains a folder called API, every folder that we create here in this API as a subfolder is going to be an endpoint that we can use. And I think I forgot actions. I'm sorry. We need one more step, actions. No, I forgot it. API actions memo, because in our actions.json file, we said it is API/actions. So we need API actions memo and then route.ts. Now we are good. Okay, please double check that you have API and then subfolder actions. Okay. When I start building a Blink, normally I start with the course headers. This is very important because most of the time when you do something in the web, you will fight with course header issues or course issues. It's normal. It's something that should protect you. But if we think of Blinks, chances are very high that the Blink will not only be unfurled on your website because you think of sharing it on Twitter, right? And then out of sudden they say, look, this is a resource that doesn't come from the website. So we have to enable this for our course. So we start with import. We again say action course headers. And also we take something called blockchain IDs, because we have to tell it that we are indefinite, right? So the course headers should tell our client that this is something that is supposed to be rendered in the definite. And then we just say const blockchain. And first what we do is we set the blockchain ID to definite. And then we say const headers because you want to set the headers, say action course headers, and then we add something called X blockchain IDs. This will tell our client what blockchain we use. And then we say X action version. And here we normally would recommend version 2.4. We tested it with Monet and it worked fine. So we think 2.4 is good to go. And then something what you normally, what I intended to forget often, so this is why I always put it on front, is the options request. So I just say export const options equals, just to have it done, return new response. Let's just say null. And then we give it the headers as well. Should be correct. And maybe do some comments. So it's IP, right? Of Solana DevNet. Here's the headers for our actions. Yeah. So what we just did, imagine it more or less as a boilerplate. You always do it, like no matter what. The only thing that might change is your blockchain IDs, if you're on DevNet, if you're on mainnet, if you maybe use another blockchain sort of. The next thing we do is we create a GET request. When you remember Nick, when he showed you in the tech deep dive how a Blink looks like, and he showed you like, okay, this is where the button goes, this is where the icon goes, right? This is, in the end, the stuff that you get returned from your GET request. So we say export const GET. I don't think we need a request here. Let's see. This is the start. And then we do payload from action get response, which we have not imported here. So we do the import here. Payload is action get response. So now with the action get response, we tell it what type of payload we need, of course. So we give it a title, say our MO program, our let's go with program. Doesn't matter. You give the icon. The icon again, you could do it with something that you have here in the public folder, but for us, I think it's easier to just say we go somewhere on Google and just take something. So let's say Solana developers. Then we just take this first icon and we just copy the image URL, image address. Does it work? Yeah, sweet. And then we give it also description. So little notes on the blockchain, something like that. So, and we say, we go to label.
maybe save memo also. So what we did so far is basically everything that we saw already on those preview on the slides. We have a title, we have a description, we have an icon, which is basically the image to the link. And now we make sure we can use the inputs. So we say links, actions. And then we set a type, which is transaction, because we want to do something on the chain. We say href. This is gonna be API / actions / memo. Basically the same endpoint that we are writing right now. We give it a label. We say save memo. The label will be the thing that's later on the button. So the moment the user blink renders, this is basically the text that's on the button. And then we need to give it parameters. And we say the parameters of type text. Name is text, and label is enter your message. And then what we can also do is require true. I'm getting like so. Okay. And then to finish it up, we have to send it back, of course. So we say return response JSON payload and headers. Okay, so just to summarize, so far what we did is we made sure we have our core settings proper. We have the options handler set, and we have a get request or get response set. The get response has to be from the type action get response, and it basically just defines a JSON object that we send to the front end. So it has this title that we saw already, it has an icon, which is the image, it has the description. And then because we needed custom input field, we have to use with this links field where we say there is actions in it. The action has a type, which in this case is a transaction, because you want to write on chain. We have a href, which basically tells it, okay, if a user clicks on a button right now, where do you send the answer to, like the post request? And then you say save memo on the label button. The type is text. So we had it before, like we can basically check, is this a number? Is this an email address? Is this everything correct? So in this case, all we do is normal text input. We say the name is memo text. We enter your message and it's required is true. Okay, let's see. We go to dial.to. Yeah. Yeah.
So can you change this JSON response, or is it a fixed JSON response? I'm asking for links actions response. Can you say instead of transaction something else, like already defined before in the code, or is it always send this JSON, like type text, name, memo text, whatever, like label, enter your message? Instead, can you say label hello world and require false?
Yeah, so if I get it right, your question is how much can you customize it? Okay, so those types here, the keys that you see, they are more or less set. But you can play with them. For example, if you have this links object, this is here, I mean, this actions here, this is an array, right? You can just add another text input field if you want to. Or, yeah, basically a radio button, a drop down, whatever it is, you can put it there. So it follows a structure, but because this is an array, you can add multiple of those fields into it. And then because the blink, let's say on the top looks always the same, because it always has this image, it always has this title, it always has this description, you basically go down this form. Yeah, yeah.
You can add as many elements, like as many actions, as many parameters you want, and of different types.
Okay. So far we have our get, right? But what can you do with it? Well, the get is to render a blink. So if I now go to dial.to, the website I showed before, what you can do is you can say, you type in your current domain, which is logo 3000 /API /action/memo, and it should render you the blink. So exactly what we did. Important though, we are in testnet, so make sure you say, in devnet, so make sure you have devnet here, because otherwise it will not give you a completion of your transaction. Yes.
Only one photo, or can we use multiple photos in here?
Multiple photos? Like a image? No, it's only one photo.
Yeah, but you can use GIF, for example.
Yeah, right. You could use GIF animations to do it. But yeah, so this is so far our blink. So we recognize the image that we put. Here's our memo program, little notes on blockchain, and enter message. So also what you can see is, because we said in this step require true, that this button right now is grayed out because I said it is required to put in a text input. So we do a little from our side fact check and see, make sure that the input is works. So let's say I want to have the memo 1, 2, 3 now on chain. Would it work? No, it won't work. Because right now, all we did is the get request. And the get request is to render this blink, so like it looks like. But if you see here, we have a href, which says API action/memo. And this basically tells the button or the blink what it does, right? It says like, if I send something to this endpoint via the post request, basically by clicking on this button, it should do something. But it can't do anything right now because we haven't told it what it should do, right? And this is made for a post request. So basically the get request is to render this UI as we have it here. And then the post request is done to do the actual transaction, to build the transaction on that should happen on chain. And this is what we're going to do in the next step. So let's continue. So we take a post request. I can post, I think, right here we need a request. So we say request. And now from this request, we take a few things out. So the first thing that we want to know is basically my wallet address, because it's very important to know it. The way we does it is in the post request, you always have an account parameter, and this account parameter contains your account. So we say const account equals, and then we say request. Sorry, other thing. Say const. Take our body first. Take the body. Say the body is from type action request. We have to import it here. Post request. Action post request. And then it's going to be a memo text from type string. And then we say await request.json. Okay. Next, once it is parsed, we say we want to take our account. And our account should be a public key. So to do this in one step, we're going to import the public key from Web3.js. So I say import public key from Web3.js. And now down here we can say, where are we? New public key. This is body.account, like so. Okay, next is we extract the memo. So we say memo text equals body data dot memo text, and we cast it as a string. Let's go like this. And then we use a transaction like message. Let's first of all import the transaction message. From Web3.js and say message is transaction message. It should be a new. And then we have the payer key, which is our account. Then we need a recent block hash. We need a connection for that. Connection here. Yes. So first this. Stick with this first. Connection. Then I say const connection slash new connection, and we say API. Now I have it again. The connection is new connection. We use the public API. So api.devnet.solana.com, which is basically the connect into the DevNet. And we say connection dot Let me just get recent block hash, right? Get latest block hash. That block hash, that sounds good. Right. Get recent block hash. You have to wait it. Now it's block hash. There you go. Okay. And then we put in instructions. The instruction is new transaction instruction. And we give it a program ID, which is the memo program. The memo program is also something that is in the Web3.js. So we're gonna import the memo program from there. Program ID. Wait. No, it's from actions. There it is. Sorry. Okay. So program ID, take a new public key, call it memo program ID. Then we have to put the data in the buffer. Memo text TF8. So the keys to empty array. Down here. Again. Let's close you here first. And then here. And then here. And probably here again, here again. The typo here again too. Sorry, it's icy word, so. I have to import this one as well. Right. Looks good, right? Okay. Okay. Right. So next we take a transaction. So we need a word transaction. I also have to import new word transaction. Message dot compile to zero message sounds good. And then take the response as the action response. And then type this transaction and transaction is buffer from transaction serialize. String, and then it's a base 60 And I have to import action post response here, like so. And then we have to return it. So return response, JSON response headers. Right. Anything right? Anything complaining? No. Yeah, it should work. Okay, it's straight out. So we reload. Am I here?
Possible to create a prerequisite and change the get or something like Jeremiah when it's on for.
Can you repeat?
So is it possible to create a prerequisite and change the JSON file while it's already established in Solana?
So it updates the blink, or what's the idea? Like
Updating.
So normally you would use something like chaining to get a next step of a new UI. Why would you want to update it?
Since it's on the chain already, maybe after 6 months I want to change the wording or the picture. I don't want to change.
Then you just change the code and deploy new version of it.
Yeah.
So the put request is not possible.
I mean, since Blink's it's like a specification, so you should follow some specific rules. But of course, for example, you can do put request, but the Blink clients wouldn't be aware of this put request and wouldn't use. But if you, let's say, want to use it for some internal needs from your application, let's say, and use this put request to update some data in Blink, yeah, of course, you're free to do so.
Okay. Let's try it. You say.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, yeah. Okay, let's go somewhere where I have my wallet installed. Here we are. And DevNet. The wallet is connected. So let's say 1, 2, 3. Or let's say hello world. Say save memo. Now we see it's opening my browser. Tells me the network fee. Say confirm. Say executing. Now it says completed. What we do now is we take my wallet address. We go to SolScan. And we enter my wallet address here. And feel free to do it with you as well. And if it loads and scrolls down by DevNet. Yeah.
DevNet first. Make it look cool. One transaction here. Wrong? No. So yeah, if you could type in your it says here hello world, right? So let's do it again. So you go to SoulScan, you go to DevNet, type in your wallet address. You take the transaction here, and then if you scroll down, it shows you here your instruction data, which is hello world. Did it work?
I get error about first string failed construct URL when I try to submit the memo or save memo. Doesn't do that.
Okay. What about this? I'm going to push the code into a repository, and then I can share the link to the repo, and then you can basically look it up and finish. Yes. Let's do that. Okay. Since this is no longer necessary to be fully recorded, we maybe wanna like so. Sweet. No, look, it's almost free. So what about this? We do like a 10-minute break, and then in the meanwhile, I push everything, and then after the break, you take like half an hour or so, and then we are here to support you so that you can finish your blink. And then once this is done, we can continue. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay.
Should we do climate? Hey, test.
Just celebrating together. Just having fun after chilling.
Alexander Plot?
I don't even know where it is. Go ahead and check.
Alexander Plot or something like this. He went there to say,
All right, guys. I think yeah, we're ready to continue. So previously, Bjorn showed you how to build a provider side of Blink, which is a backend with JSON description, and which can be used by another Blink clients. And yeah, basically, this is like a final step that you should have right now. And I'll continue from here where we stopped. I'll use like the same code that Bjorn wrote and shared with you on GitHub. So I'll open the same project, and yeah, I have the same. So yeah, and I'm going to show how to basically create or embed a Blink client in your application. So let's say you already have a website which uses like React, Next.js, or something, and you want to embed Blinks to have like a native experience on your app. And let's say you want to embed some other protocol on your website. Yeah, and for this we will use our library from Dialect. It's called Blinks. And we will do step by step. For the first, we need to add some libraries on the website, so it could connect a wallet. So you have a wallet, but you need to interact with your website, and we need to use libraries from Solana because we use Solana wallet. And yeah, I'll do everything live. I'll also Google together with you and show how to find information, where is good sources, and yeah, so we'll do everything. First, yeah, I want Solana wallet adapter. It's this one from Enza XYZ, Solana's company. And I open a page on the docs called For Solana Apps. So the first step is to install libraries. Yeah, I just take this from here. I'm not going to install Solana Web3.js and React again because we already have these libraries. And yeah, go to the terminal, yeah, in the project, and install all this stuff. Yes, it's Wi-Fi thing. Oh yeah, while it's installing, I'll just start following the next steps. So the next section is setup. It shows like almost copy-paste code what's need to be written to get a button rendered, like connect wallet button. And yeah, I'll just use it. And yeah, I'll create, I don't know, a folder called Mima. Here I create page.tsx. Oh, yeah, it's still installing. So yeah, just in case my commands to install libraries has finished, and as a result, if you open package.json, you should see these libraries added, the ones that we just installed. Okay, yeah, I think we don't need terminal anymore. So let's get back to the code. Yeah, Mima, and I'll create a file called providers.tsx and basically copy paste all these codes in this providers.tsx. It's just in the root of the folders. So, and now here, it's basically like a React component which should wrap the whole page and provide the whole page with some special functions to interact with the wallet. So I need to, and here's the comment, your apps components go here, and I need to render it like this, like a children. It's a React way to render components inside another component if it's like nested components. I'll show shortly what it means. Here, I'll accept it as children. Yeah. So now I go to layout and I just wrap it. It's called wallet. I'll rename it to wallet provider. Right, wallet provider already used. Yeah. Okay, I'll just keep it named wallet anyway. Wallet like this. Add import. And now, if I open our web page and I go to, I don't need to go anywhere. Yeah, it shows me an error because we missed one thing for Next.js. Need to add like this use client string. Yeah, I'll probably zoom out. So it's mostly all the code that I copy pasted from the docs from here. I added children here and use client on the top. And then I wrapped it in the layout.tsx like this wallet. So yeah, it's like this, like children. Yeah, I also added children here. So it's basically like arguments of our function, and here we just use this argument, and it will render React buttons. And yeah, I understand it might like sounds a bit tricky, and all of this like documented in our docs. We'll share it later, and we also have like a special project that you can just use where everything is pre-configured for you. So you don't need to do this. We're just trying to show how to do it from scratch, but we already dialect solve it for you.
end of the line with the colon and element?
It's actually just type hints. It's not. Yeah, it's not a code. It's just my IDE shows me some hints.
The lines that I can see.
Well, which line?
So it's still showing hints, even though I'm not showing them. Which parts I have to add?
Yeah, maybe I should disable it. Not this one. Yeah, sorry, I'm just get used to stuff. Helps not to think. Think a bit less. Yeah, and layout T6. Here you'd have it like this, just children, and I wrap it in a wallet.
For that, you must have imported it.
Yeah. Actually, there is, if you use Visual Studio Code or Cursor, if you if you like use something that's not imported, you can you might have here a button just used to hotkey, but I don't know how to find this menu without without a hotkey. But yeah, it's basically this import wallet from providers.
Yeah,
yeah. And then if you open localhost 3000, then you should get these two buttons. Yeah. Okay. Two buttons looks a bit weird, so I'm going to go to providers and replace this. Oh, actually, it's already multi-button. Yeah, I'll just remove this wallet disconnect button, and that's it. So we're gonna have one button which user can click and either disconnect, connect the wallet, and yeah, you probably will have it like this: select wallet. When you press it, it should pop up a window with the wallets that you have installed, and yeah, you can use the wallet that you installed, and it should display the wallet address here. If you get to this stage, then yeah, all good. Next, I'm gonna work with page.t6 in the memo folder, and I'll just, I think I will write it from scratch. So yeah, it's export default function, say memo link page, this, and let's say do return if, and yeah, h1 memo link. So now now if I go to website /memo, I should see it like this. So we basically create a new page which can be accessed like by this /memo URL. Okay, did all good. And yeah, basically we can think that this page is our like a website where we want to add a blink. And now we need to use a blinks library from Dialect to actually render a blink layout. And for this, I'll go to docs.dialect.to, switch to dark theme so no one goes blind. Go to the blink section and yeah, docs.dialog.to, blink section. Yeah, I'm just not that smart as Bjorn to remember all comments in my mind. So I'm gonna use docs as a reference. And yeah, it's probably UI components. Yeah, blinks, integrate UI components, blinks. And here's installation section, shows you what we would need. I'll just copy this. Yeah, I'll copy this command and yeah, go again to the terminal and yeah, npm I dialect labs /blinks. It will install the blinks library. Nice. And we don't need terminal anymore. So now again, I'll just reference to the usage and we have some brief example here. So first thing, we need to import CSS styles so the blink would look how it should look. Yeah, I'll just copy paste it and paste on top of the page. Then, yeah, for simplicity, we can just import, copy paste all imports from here. So you wouldn't need to type it. And then, yeah, the first thing is URL to your blink provider. In our case, it would be like HTTP / yeah, localhost 3000 /API /actions /new. Yeah, it's just our URL. Then, yeah, we need to create. We need basically to join together the wallet adapter that we added to the page with our Blinks library, and for this we should use Blink Solana wallet adapter function. It's also from the dialect. We did all the like dirty jobs, all the connectivity stuff. So it's like one line thing. And here, yeah, we need to use the devnet, which we already used. Because we use devnet cluster of Solana, I'll use just the devnet string from which we used previously in the provider. So I'll just copy paste it and yeah, paste it here. Yeah, and then we need to like write const something equal use blink, and then pass yeah, URL should be our blink API URL. And here, the function use blink obviously returns a blink. Everything is a blink. And there's also like a property called isLoading, which indicates if a blink is still in the loading state or no. And we will want to handle it later, just to show the user that something is still loading. Now, yeah, I'll write it like if is loading. So if we are still loading, yeah, let's show it like if loading. Yeah. And here, yeah, let's create one more div. And yeah, we can just use our React component again, which is called blink. And it accepts, yeah, two properties. The first one called adapter. So we need to provide a blink with a wallet adapter. And the second one called blink. So yeah, here I'll add exclamation mark because we have handled it blink. If blink is loading, then we show this. And yeah, we can safely assume that blink is always present. And that's it. I believe it's like around 6 lines of code or something to actually use our library. And yeah, let's see. Let's go, finger crossed. No, something. Oh, yeah, because we need to use the use client on the top. And yeah, we'll just ignore probably this stuff. No, something not working. Okay. Is my link correct here? Localhost API actions. Yeah. Me too. Blink API URL. Okay, let's check the docs. Maybe we are doing something wrong. Blink adapter. Oh, yeah, I know what we did wrong. Because I think I forgot to show one slide in my presentation during technical dive. There is different ways to share a blink URL. The first one is like when website is a blink, then you just share a website. But if, for example, it's not a website, but it's like a blink provider, like this JSON file, it should be prefixed with like blink, yeah, with blink and semicolon. Yeah. So yeah, this is what was the missing part. So since this URL is not a website, we need to prefix it like this. So the library knows that it's like a raw API. And now, if we go back to the page, we will see the large blink components. Yeah, it looks too large. I think I'll add a bit of CSS styles to this div. Well, yeah. I mean, everyone should read documentation.
Also, there's well,
Yeah. It's discussed on Telegram.
So yeah, I'll add a maximum width for a Blink container, so it wouldn't look that big, like this. Yeah. So now it's better. And yeah, let's. I think I can move it to the center a bit. I'm not very good at styling. No. Yeah, then probably don't need this. Yeah. So okay, yeah, and this is our Blink, and it used the same code, the same API that was developed previously, so same emo transaction, and yeah, I need to add one more thing. We have built-in security stuff in our library, and to allow any Blink's execution, I need to pass a security level equal to all. And now, yeah, we can interact with Blink. Because previously I wasn't able to click the input field, and yeah, it's like security thing. We basically maintain a registry of Blinks for big players like Solana Soulflare Backpack and Phantom, so they can like allow to use users on the some like trusted Blinks, let's say. And yeah, here I can create a Mima. Now I can interact with Blink same as it was on the dial.to page. So it's almost same code under the hood. Yeah, let's create a new Mima. Hello world from Nick. Okay, transaction completed, and yeah, I'll go to Sol scan again. I'll switch to DevNet dark mode. Yeah, enter my wallet address, and yeah, here's the last transaction 21 seconds ago. If I open it, scroll down, yeah, hello world from Nick. And yeah, this is how we basically integrated the Blink provider in our Blink client. And the cool thing here is that you don't necessarily have to use your own Blink provider. So yeah, in this case, we pointed to ours, but for example, I can go to dial.to. I can get any other, let's say, yeah, maybe this game, send coin flip game. I can just copy the URL from here, paste it, and yeah, and when I go back to our page, it shows this Blink. And this is like the Blink superpower, where when you can do the integration only once. So we integrate only Blink's library, but as a result, we have access to almost 600 Blinks, which we can add to our website with just changing the URL. And yeah, this is the most coolest thing about Blinks. Meaning you don't need to integrate every protocol differently. You don't need to understand, like, let's say, how Camino SDK works, Lula SDK works. if you edit a Blink client in your application, just change the URL to whatever you like, and yeah, take any other Blink, let's say this Bonk Blink, just copy URL, paste it here, go back to my page, and it's there. So basically, teleporting the experience to another website. So I think this is what we wanted to show, yeah, with clients. They want anything else for clients. Thanks. Yeah, and if questions, yeah, please ask. And I think we will push the code now.
Yeah.
And yeah. Just quickly push code. Okay. Yeah.
The 5 minutes break maybe, and then we continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 minutes break. The leg stretch. Okay. Perfect.
There are any questions in chat?
Let's check the chat. Chat. No. It's good. All right. Chat is
Okay.
Let's go. Let's continue at, let's say, 16:10 or so, right? Like 10 minutes. Good. Okay.
jetzt und solche Situationen Docs auskennen.
I hope this microphone works.
Ja. Sind die jetzt auch da sind, Leute, die sich mit Blockchain auskennen, also Leute über unser Netzwerk? Geht die von
Nee, ist noch viele Leute auch von anderen. Ja. Kannst ein bisschen Werbung noch machen. Nick, let's go for a quick sound check, please. What went wrong?
Test. I think so.
Let's scroll down.
Test.
I think so.
Oh, wait, you can do that here. I computer. Again?
Test.
Yeah, it works. Perfect. Wait. Okay, it is 4:10, so I would say we continue. One last sound check. Yeah, I can hear myself. That's perfect. Okay, let's continue. So let's do a small wrap up so far. What have we done? So we have understood now what blinks are from a product perspective. We have understand how it works technically, first from the tech deep dive, then through our coding example. We did a Next.js example. We did, first of all, a Blink provider. Then we went to dial.to and tested this Blink provider. And then we integrated the front end part, which was basically the Blink client, which was just shown by Nick a few minutes ago, right? But it should be easier to build a Blink, right? And therefore, we have created something we call a scaffold. And the scaffold is something really cool because it helps you save tons of money in terms of configuration, and it really gives you some headspace. And I'm going to share my screen right now. My main screen, so that I can guide you through this. So if you, for example, go to docs.dial.to, which is our documentation, you can find a place here right at our landing page, which is called Blink Scaffold. You can either click there or you can go to Blinks, and then you will also see a section here called Scaffold. Oh, you cannot see it on the beamer. Sorry, no projector. My bad. Now you can see it, right? Okay, let's start again. So basically, we have our documentation, which is docs.dialect.to, and we have multiple sections because we already said there's multiple products that we offer, but for our Blinks offering, we have this headline here, and then you find here the Blink scaffolds. Alternatively, you can go on Blinks, and then there is the section called scaffold, and it will tell you, first of all, what the scaffold is, what it does. And on the left side, a bit low, down here, you see the Solana scaffold. And the Solana scaffold is basically the easiest way for you to get started when you want to build a Blink, because it is a done-for-you template made out of Next.js. We have a GitHub repository, which is like this. And we keep this repository up to date. So you can see 17 hours ago is the last time we did something in here. No, 20 hours ago, my bad. And if you just clone this repository, you will always have like the newest configuration. So if we change something in the Blinks client or something changed in the provider or whatever it is, you can just clone the depository and you're good to go. So let's just continue. All we do is basically to start it, we have those installation points here. We say, we copied the link here, git clone. Let's open WAP really quick. Let's say workspace. Okay, and then I say my git clone Blinks starter Solana. Why? What is it doing? Here?
Yeah, choose code.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, entire. You can just share entire screen.
How? Doesn't say it.
No, forward button. Go again.
So, here again?
Yeah. Choose content.
Just content.
Entire screen. Start
Entire
mirroring.
screen. It's mirroring.
Yeah.
Hey, you freaking go. Okay. In this case, let's say I cd in the say okay. Berlin. Okay. So empty folder. Nice. So again, we are on the website. We have here the installation part. We just copy this command. We say git clone blink starter Solana git, blink starter Solana. Then the next step says cd in the folder and do npm install. Which basically means you jump into the folder that you just cloned and you install all the packages in there. And the scaffold, I just show how you can use the scaffold. The scaffold is basically a made for you template. So all the stuff that we just did, like creating a provider on the client, is basically done for you already. The last step we have here is we run it. So it's npm run dev. And if we click on it now and open it, you can see that we have a ready-made template for you. Take a wallet first, I guess. What's going on here?
Did you break something?
Probably. Okay, this is the beauty of demo. Anyways, next time you do it, it's gonna be fixed. What I want to tell you though, what I want to tell you though is, from the idea, this is our scaffold. It already has the Blink integrated. It already has a provider integrated with a donation Sol example. And for you, the easy way to do is if I just open my cursor real quick, then you will see that we have done all the stuff for you. So it comes with the routes. It comes with the action.json for the root. It comes with the example Blink for donating Sol. It also comes with the wallet provider client. So it's basically already done for you. You don't have to do anything. All you do is you clone the template, and then you can just start integrating your Blink right from scratch. Let me see what's wrong here. No, it's okay. Okay. Chill, I have it. It's running on another port. Okay. So you see, the template is working. The only issue is because, just for context, this is our example that we had. I still had it up and running on 3000, and now I opened a new one, the scaffold, and it runs on 3001. And I had the wrong port here in the example. This is all. But for you, normally in the normal world, you just clone it. You don't have a port open, so it's gonna be 3000. I might probably want to do this a bit more dynamic now that I see it. But yeah, okay. This is the Blink now. So as you can see, exactly the moment when you can start playing around with a Blink. No more configuration, nothing else to do. It's all done for you. The interesting part is, let's say you really want to do something with the Blink, right? Does this work? Yeah. Okay, we stick to the plan now. We stick to the plan. It's a long day. What we wanted to show you here is this Blink example, and this is what we're going to do. So next time you think of building a Blink, all you do is you clone the repository, and in this repository you find this donation Blink. And the donation Blink, as I said, comes with a wallet adapter with everything that you want to do. It has the link to the source code. It also has the link to guide section that we have, and it also has a link to our register page and everything. So it's basically a good start for you to start. Speaking of register page, let me just show you this as well. So right now, what we had is we have created a Blink. And the reason why I say the Next.js example is a good one is because, first of all, it's a mono repo, so it's easy to follow up. But also, because it comes with this front end part, it is also super easy to have a fallback. So if at some point you share a link and there is no unfurl, let's say on Twitter or whatever, it's in the messenger or so, the user can still click on the link and it opens the website. Therefore, it makes sense to have it on Next.js because then this front-end fallback part is also covered. And if you now have your Blink up and running and you're ready, you should register your Blink as well. Registering your Blink brings you to a very interesting point because it brings you in our registry. We do have a Blink registry, and if you are registered there, it basically, sorry, let's stick to the plan. Long day. You click here on the Blink registry in our docs, and basically it's a really long document. It explains you everything, why you need it, what it makes sense, and how you register your Blink. The registry itself, to the registry form, is dial.to/register. So if you click on it, it should open our form, our Airtable. Yeah, this looks good. And then you just fill out your name, your email, your Telegram, and all the basic information about it. And once you are approved with this Blink, it means your Blink will be shown on Twitter if you share it, for example. And it also means that if you look in our scaffold right now. Is it still open somewhere? Local history. It will remove this box here. Because right now it says your action has not been registered, and therefore it will not unfurl, and it always looks like that. Plus, we give this yellow icon here. And then once your blink is approved and registered, it goes away. The cool thing, though, besides of that, is it will also be on our dial.to website and later also find its way into our SBL. So therefore, it makes total sense to register your blink, also for discoverability. Imagine one step further, let's say later on, we just saw that Nick showed it, right? He said, oh, we just did a blink, but why don't we just take Lulu and put it there? Or I'm not sure which blink you had. Bonk it was, I guess, like with Bonk Earn.
Just FYI, the screen is not on screen.
What is going on?
Just have a blue black background.
Oh. Did it kill it again? Thanks. No? Sweet. I lost my tab. Where are we? Yeah. So it's the registry. Once it's there, it will show you on dial.to your blink. And then also later on in our terminal, it's going to be part of the SBL. And once it's in the registry, it can also be passed because the registry itself is a really long JSON object and it contains all the data. So if, let's say, there is another provider and let's have even this AI agent example, right? They want to just see how many blinks they are. They just go to this file, they go through it, they pass it, and you have a huge chance that you will end up by default in an AI agent, something like that, in near future. So therefore, registering a blink is a very important step. And this actually brings us to the last point, or more or less the last point, which is basically this topic about AI agents. Long day, we try to keep it easy and simple, and we just show you what we saw there because we were in the beginning not really aware of it, and now we saw it and we found like it's super cool. So refreshing what we just said, we have our blinks, and our blinks provide contain from a standpoint of two parties. We have the client and we have the provider. The provider sends a transaction to your front end that can be signed by your wallet. So that's the idea. So your post, more or less, that we built is only there to basically create this transaction that will be sent to your front end. And it makes total sense because it does remove a lot of complexity. So if you have ever created something in the web, you have probably shipped something to the front end. You had to make sure that the SDK is there. You had to build everything in the front end, so super heavy. And with a blink, you basically can do it in the back end, and you only focus on the part of a transaction. And the cool thing is now that everybody who integrates a blink also knows what to expect, because what they will receive is some sort of a transaction, which is a really, really cool thing because it opens the playground for many integrations and easy integrations. So if you look right now here, here's Jupyter, right? And if you ever work with Jupyter, you know you have to go to the API, get the quote, do the swap, accept everything. So many back and forth things. And you have to learn how it all works. So it's really annoying in the beginning because let's say you just want to integrate in your app because you have a token that someone can swap your token against Sol, right? So yes, you want to have Jupyter because Jupyter has your token somewhere, but you don't want to understand how Jupyter works. So wouldn't it be cool if you would just use the Jupyter Blink and then just give them your token pair and that's it. It's all done for you. And this is basically what Blinks offer you. So all this stuff here, and believe me, the code is way more, is hidden behind the API that does all the transaction construction and all the stuff that you really have to learn if you become a Web3 developer. And it hides it behind this link. So if you look at it here, it says worker.jup.x/blink/swap, and then it says sol/bonk/0.1. And in the end, through this link structure, all it does is it says, okay, I want to do a swap, Solana against bonk, and I want to use 0.1 sol. This is all you give it, like 3 easy params, and it knows what to do. The next step is you take a fetch, because you want to get this thing from the post request, and it will send you back a transaction. Yes, and all you have to do with this transaction is you sign it. And this is this thing what makes AI agents out of the sudden so powerful. Because if you now want to integrate an AI agent as a team, you go to each and every AI agent, you understand, you have to bring your whole SDK, you have to integrate it from scratch. And you have to maintain it every time everything changes. Anything changes from your, let's say, SDK, something works different, and so on and so forth. You have to remember where your integrations were, if you deprecate the API, whatever it is, right? You have not, like here, a single point where you have your control over it, you maintain it. It's different if you do it like that. And therefore, it makes it so powerful. And we saw it with a few teams. I will give you a few code examples and soon. But this is the basic idea. And if you look here, for example, we have one thing, it's called the Solana AI Agent Kit. And it is the same. The thing on top is basically the version transaction from Solana Web3.js. Of course, you use it. And then the Solana Agent Kit, which basically is your wallet, more or less. So what it does here, if you look, it basically takes exactly the blink, right? It takes worker.ag/blink/swap. And then basically you tell it the amount and the pairs. And it will basically, I think it is swap, this is staking in the end, like liquid token, I guess. So Jupsol or something like that, I guess. I don't know the trading pairs. But in the end, this is how it works. So you have this one link that tells it, okay, my transaction says I want to swap this against that for this amount, and it sends me the transaction. I deserialize it, I get the block hash, I sign it, I'm done. Like signing this one, no, but it's like a few lines of code. I don't have to understand the whole thing. I don't have to understand anything, how it works. If I'm a Web2 developer and I just want to implement something like this, we even have something we call a mini blink, which is just a button. So basically, if I know, okay, I'm good with a text input field where I just say like the amount of sol that my user can put in for the swap, I can just take like the text part of it and say, okay, the user tells me like he wants to swap like 5 or 10 sol, no guessing, no nothing. It's one click on the button, you click on it, and it's done for you. You, as a Web2 developer, you don't have to understand any blockchain at all, nothing. You just integrate our mini blink component and you give it a link. That's it. Super easy, super straightforward. You don't have to bother at all. Yeah, and as I said, this makes it so cool because you have now your provider, and your provider, what it sends you back is just a transaction, not more. And this transaction will be signed by a wallet. So in every environment where a wallet can exist, you can just integrate it. And this is basically, yeah, the power of a blink. Because now out of the sudden, you run out of this big issue that you have to understand whole SDKs and things like integrations are done in 5 to 10 minutes instead of 5 to 10 hours and more, or weeks, or whatever, depending on how big the thing is that you want to implement. And we keep on adding capabilities. This is also, again, more or less old slide. Everything that's here is already implemented, which is kind of cool, I guess. For mobile, we have a React Native SDK that can render you a blink. We have those action chaining things are anyways in the back end happening. You can sign messages. You have so many cool use cases. I'm also right now talking with the project. I hope they will release their Blink soon, and it's going to be really, really cool. So the idea behind everything here is write it once and then distribute it everywhere. Like have this one API that you build it really nice, make sure that you put your many thoughts in it, and then just have other people use it. Like don't force them to use your SDK, because then they're gonna keep postpone it and say, oh, I don't have time for that or so. Just do it and then you are fine. So if you can do it in the beginning, think first and foremost, could it be a Blink what I'm building, right? Before you start doing something else. This is my recommendation for you, because it will help other developers to integrate you super fast. And to show you something that was done before, for example, I have here another example. So for example, here, this is also AI Agent Kit. It's a trade. You can see how much code this all is, right? It's like not little code. It's definitely not just a link. And the part here with sending and signing is basically the same stuff that we will see in a second. There was another project, this was a bit smarter. And they said, look, we already have our Blink URL, right? So all they do is they take this little part here. They use the URL with the post request to get a transaction back. They serialize it, get the block hash, sign it. It's the same. And if you recognize this link here, let's go to the Go AI Agent Kit, and you will see it's the same link. It's basically also the same idea. The agent kits themselves, they work different, like with the signing for the transaction, everything. But the idea behind it, I get this post request to send me this transaction. I don't have to build it anymore in the front end with my agent or something like that. It's there. So super clean, super easy, super fast way to integrate Blinks into any kind of services. What we do here with those AI agent kits obviously don't necessarily need the client libraries like the big ones that we just showed you with the component, but we have, if you are interested in this, also a headless section where we explain everything. So if you say headless integration here, we really show you what kind of clients there are. Basically, this is a mini Blink, by the way. And then we also show you here what would be the URL and what would it return. So it's really easy to go through it. If you say, I want to have a Blink, I want to understand how the data table works and all that stuff, right? It's a super, super easy way. And you can also play around with it. So for example, if you click here on the API section, we have here api.dial.to/docs. And it opens you basically I call it the API play, we call the API playground. What's going on? Why not? Okay, must be good enough. So for example, if you say you want to have a Blink, and you want to see how a GET request from the Blink looks like, if you use our API, you can say, first of all, you can choose where you want to fetch it, how it should look like. But then also you can say, okay, you do a test request, and then here you just put in the Blink. And then once you say send, it will return you with all the data that it would return you, right? And then you can just, it's not scrolling right now. I don't know why. But yeah, you can just play around as well with your own code, with your own APIs if you want to do it like that. Yeah, so really, really powerful integrations. And with that, I think we are almost on API playground. Yeah, that's it. Computer doesn't seem to work anyhow anymore. So yeah. One last thing. I said in the beginning, I show you some alpha. Let's go. Do you want to do some alpha? So if you want to see how powerful blinks really are, imagine you are a wallet or something like that, and you want to offer some experiences to your users. You want to show them a game. You want to show them how they can lend money. You want to show them how they can swap something, but you really don't want to write all this for yourself. Then you can do something with this. It's called Terminal. It's a product we are going to release soon. You can already request access to it. The domain is terminal.dia.to. And it contains of a part where we call it the SBL, which is the standard blink library. And this is basically where we are going to list all the blinks that exist. And you can really see what you can also do with them. So for example, if you say you ask Jupyter and you want to do a swap, you just go there and you see immediately the blink. You see how the blinkers look like. You see the trading pairs. If you now say, okay, I want to offer a person to swap a SOL against USDC, all you do is you say here, sorry, USDC. And then it's going to render you a USDC blink. So it's super easy to swap any kind of trading pair using Jupyter. But it doesn't stop here. From here, you can basically customize the blink from the trading pair experience, and then you can add it to your inventory. And then from your inventory, imagine now out of the sudden, this blink has its own ID. And with this ID, we are possible to track GET requests, POST requests, transactions. You can see if something was completed or failed as a transaction. So out of the sudden, you get some sort of extra analytics, seeing if this blink is really performing as you want. Now, imagine you think buy USDC will not really work because your users should basically, they have a different, different language. So you would say, I don't know, buy USDC and stay safe and I don't know. Keep USDC. I love it. So now you see it already changes this, but it only does it for you. So you really can customize. So if you have a special kind of audience, a special kind of marketing language that you have to your audience, you can just write it like this, or even translate it in German if you want. So if you so want, so that your users basically get a really natural feeling.
Can we translate by location? So in Turkey, it's Turkish, in German, it's German, China,
It is so far a very preview what I show you right now. We are not there yet, I guess. No. And you can also have, let's say, on failure messages, on success messages, you can really customize this whole blink experience even with the picture itself. So you in the background still use the blink, how it was built, but for your user base, you override it. And then the really cool, powerful thing starts if you imagine what I just told you, like, okay, I don't just want my users to swap against this coin. I might also want my users to have experience to lend some money, for example, with Lulu, right? And the way I could do this now is I could say I create a so-called list. So I create a list for me. I don't know if this is somewhere used, so I will not create a list. I also will not add this blink to a list, but from the idea, what I can tell you is, let's say you have a collect list, something like that, and out of the sudden, you can have multiple NFTs that you want to list, multiple trading pairs. You can say, okay, I have this swap, I have this stake blink, I have this blink for, let's say, lending, and then you just click these 3 blinks into a list, and you have this list ID here, and then all you have to implement into your app is this list. And then out of the sudden, this list is remotely configurable. So if you think you want to change something in the blink, the way it's written, if you feel like you want to change the order of the blink, you can do this here via drag and drop. You get list-based analytics. So you have out of the sudden, within 3 clicks and using existing blinks, 100 experiences or more what you want to give to your users. If you want to give them your favorite games, Blink games also, you can add them in the list. But really just thinking about a DeFi portfolio like lending, staking, swapping, it's like 3 clicks and it's done. You just implement this list and it's there. And this is something really, really powerful. And it's actually something that we see in that we actually see here. Like what you see here is basically a list. It's controlled fully remotely. And therefore, it's very important to have this discoverability blinks tab so that people can see what blinks are available, and then they can customize and do whatever they want. And then those lists, of course, can also be added on your website. So if you have a website and you just want to have some sort of experiences, your top 5 NFTs that you like the most or something like that, yeah, you have this list, you implement it on your website, and then you can change it at any time. The moment you dislike an NFT or so, you just remove it from the list. You don't even deploy a new website version. It's all fully remote.
These have timestamp. So let's say I have a donation.
Yeah.
Can I say in my social media, say I made a donation 3 weeks ago, 6 months ago, 1 year ago?
So the question was that if you have timestamps for you mean on execution of the blink. So I would not do that, because every time you do a transaction on chain, it's on the Explorer. So basically you can see on your wallet history when you did a transaction, right? And then you can just see like, okay, I did like 6 times I did a donation.
What if I want to share it on social media?
If you want to share it on social media, you could do a multi-step link with the external link, maybe. We have this component, it's called external link. Okay.
So that at the end of a process, you can send the user to a certain website once a blink transaction has been completed. You can let them to prepare tweet links that let them read about it.
Yeah, look, I show you something. This is Monad. It's another layer 1 chain, EVM based. And if you scroll down, what you can see here is okay. Basically, the idea was, what I wanted to show you is, we have some blink stuff with them. I cannot find it right now, but anyhow, today the demo gods are not my friend. I can promise you. Let's stick with this. So this is basically the terminal. This is what I wanted to show you. This is the important thing here. A very easy way to integrate blinks and stuff into your service that you use.
It's like a big marketplace, right?
What would you say?
So the refer to enable more things around.
I think it can turn into a marketplace where people can sell their like Blink APIs for the clients that would want to use it. I think it's like can go this direction. I'm not sure right now. We are experimenting with this. It's pretty early.
It is also like they will either have their own marketplace and add more mods and other things to your application. It's something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And this looks almost like a marketplace where you can shop through Blinks and explore and add the Blink that you want in a list, and it will get rendered in your app if it's integrated.
Yeah,
of course.
Like a SAP
marketplace. It might go this direction. Just like exploring what the market really needs, and this is definitely one of the options.
Yeah. So there's more things coming up with Blinks. So yeah, I can just highly recommend to follow us on Twitter to see what we are up to. Yeah, besides of that, I mean, in about 5 to 10 minutes, there's gonna be food and drinks. I think we're done with what we wanted to show, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Well, then I would say to wrap it up, thank you so much. I hope you have learned a bit. I hope you're gonna start building with things. I hope you saw the power that it really can enable you. And yeah, keep on building, keep on blinking. Thank you.
Thanks.